Ilgiau, gal palikti įjungtą šitą, nežinos kur paspausti. Nežinos kur paspausti.
Guten Morgen, meine Damen und Herren.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. We are going to open this conference right now. We are still waiting for those who are arriving only now, and I think now we are ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellency, Prime Ministers, Members of Parliament, I should like to welcome you to the Central European Forum of Saxony State Parliament. My name is Ebi Tinotai, and I'm going to host the first session of this conference this morning. The Central European Forum, as you all know, is a series of conferences initiated by Saxony's State Premier, Dr. Matthias Rösler, and he did so in 2011. Its aim was to increase mutual understanding and deepen cooperation between our countries. But it is the first time that the Central European Forum takes place outside the region which we term Central Europe. It is taking place in wonderful Belarus. Thank you very much for your hospitality. Last year, when we were in Vienna talking about challenges faced by the European Union, Russia was hardly mentioned. Migration, the corona crisis, environmental problems, energy prices were high on the agenda. In half a year, the world has changed dramatically. Russia attacked Ukraine. Thousands have died and do so right before our eyes. Innocent people die, amongst them children. Nobody expected this, that in the 21st century a brutal war might erupt in Europe once again. Basic values such as freedom and liberty are once again questions. The main topic of our conference today is Germany, Central Europe, and its eastern neighbors. We have high-profile speakers from a region which probably is affected most heavily by the current crisis, but which also has the biggest experience and knowledge about Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine. We not only try to ask questions, but we also try to find answers. First, I would like to welcome the Vice President of the Lithuanian Parliament, Mykolaitytė Nielsen, to give her opening remarks.
Guten Morgen, Damen und Herren.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Let me switch to Lithuanian, to my native language. Sveiki atvykę, gerbėmieji ir
Ladies and gentlemen, I will speak in the Lithuanian language. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I give my greetings from the speaker of the Seimas, Viktorija Čmilytė Nilsen. It is a pleasure for me to speak before you as our friends. With Mr. Seimas, we have looked at the historic photographs when 30 years ago he and his colleagues visited Lithuania and followed Lithuania's path towards freedom when we made a resolution to become free and independent. On the one hand, it seems that history is very distant, but we see similar fights now for the values of the Western civilization in other parts of Europe. Lithuania and Germany celebrated the 30th anniversary of the restoration of diplomatic relations last year. Germany, in the hearts of Lithuanian people, takes a very special place. I remember in 1994, when I was studying in the primary school, My schoolmate brought a very beautiful markers, and she told that, well, it was a gift from Germany to her. So this was a kind of quality sign from Germany. For us, your support is very important. And the fact that your troops under the NATO umbrella are here in Rukla, we feel much more safe here. This is an important aspect for us. And we hope that this support, and we would like the support to be even bigger, especially in the context of the war in Ukraine, because we find ourselves in a very complicated geopolitical situation with the Suwałki corridor. Therefore, our defense capabilities and support from our partners is extremely important. We are also increasing our defense budget. So this is our contribution. Ukraine. So we have entered the third month of war, and we have strong feelings and emotions about that. Our civil society is giving money to Ukraine. We are sending arms and weapons for the money that is being donated by people. On the political level, the perspective of the European Union for Ukraine is very important. We've been advocating this constantly, and our parliament has adopted a resolution which calls for the candidate status of Ukraine in the EU, also by giving a clear perspective on the EU membership. This country today, which is fighting for and defending against the Russian aggression, is a real EU member state because it is fighting for the value that our European family fosters. So these are the most important issues today. 6 months ago, we would not believe that Russia could be so brutal in invading a neighboring country and killing its civil, innocent people. And the images that we get from Ukraine are very shocking and stressing. And we think that nothing worse might happen in the future, but we see that in terms of brutality, Russian war machine cannot be stopped. But our resolution, our unity and assistance to Ukraine can help to stop this war machine from Russia. We know that another target that Russia has is the Baltic states. So these are rather sad developments in our region. By helping Ukraine, we will win the war together, and we will be able to think about art and building different life. Today we're rewriting the history of Europe. Europe has changed, and I believe that energy independence will not only remain on paper, but it will become the essential aspect of the European Union in terms of its future. So it is important not only to not accept gas and oil from Russia, but to think about the diversification of our energy mix, focusing on green energy to make our planet greener. So thank you very much once again for your friendship, for your support to our country. Thank you for being concerned about the relations between Lithuania and Germany and taking care and assisting Ukraine. I hope that we will be able to find new friends, and if we already have friends, we will strengthen our contacts and our ties. Thank you very much.
Ja, jetzt werde ich von hier folgen, weil
Okay.
geht. Ja. Ja, vielen Dank für diese sehr optimistische Rede, und auch über die europäische Perspektive werden wir auch in unserem Panel weiter diskutieren.
We will discuss all those matters within our panel, and now we will see two video statements. Dr. Matthias Rösler, Speaker of Saxony State Parliament and founder of this conference, can sadly not be with us here today, but he's patched in through video, and we are also have a video message by Dr. Karas, first Vice President of the European Parliament.
Sehr geehrte Frau Präsidentin, verehrte Abgeordnete, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, liebe Gäste, es ist mir eine Ehre, Sie in Vilnius im historischen Gebäude des Seimas der Republik Litauen willkommen zu heißen.
Sadly, the interpreter can't hear the video feed.
Und muss in meiner häuslichen Quarantäne verharren. Das bedauere ich natürlich ganz außerordentlich. Mein herzlicher Dank gilt Victoria Smiley-Nielsen.
I would like to thank Ms. Nielsen to be with you at the Central European Forum. The place could hardly be more fitting, the topic could hardly be more current. We see this conference as a clear sign for our deepest bonds with the Republic of Lithuania and free Baltic states overall. It's meant to show our solidarity in a free Europe, which is a core matter of Central European Forum. The times of the union between the Electorate of Saxony and the Kingdom of Poland-Lithuania under Augustus II and his son August III have been over for more than 300 years. In the 21st century, our countries are bound with a good living together, with an unshakable commitment to freedom, democracy, and a European Union characterized by the rule of law. We are all beholden to guard this valuable treasure. When in 2020, within the Curatorium of the Central European Forum, to have the conference in Lithuania, we were under the impression of the civic protests in Belarus and the massive repression against the Belarusian people. So it was no question for us to also initiate a cooperation with the European Humanities Universities. Professor Ignatov, I thank you for your commitment, and I'm happy that you and your students are part of our conference today. I'm deeply honored to also welcome Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, the leader of a free democratic Belarus. She is going to talk to us after the lunch break, and her global commitment for a free Belarus is something that leaves a deep impression on me. The fact that initiatives such as the Central European Forum originates from Saxony has both historic and current reasons. Saxony historically has always been part of Central Europe and has co-shaped over centuries this region. After the long period of two totalitarian dictatorships, the Free State of Saxony in 1990 returned to democracy. And together with the other countries of Central and Eastern Europe, we have a common feature, which is the peaceful revolution of 1989. I was particularly impressed by the Polish people and by the Baltic people in their struggle for national sovereignty, independence, freedom, and democracy. When in the summer of 1989, I took the train to the Baltic states with stopover in Vilnius and Riga, and we saw people gathering and singing vis-à-vis Soviet troops. That was the singing revolution of the Baltic people, and that is something that moves me deeply to this day. On March 11th, 1990, legendary Vytautas Landsbergis declared Lithuania's independence from the Soviet Union. And the fact that our conference takes place in the whole of the act of 11th March, where in 1992 the Constitution of the Republic of Lithuania was passed by Parliament, is a particular honor. Oh, how I wish I would be with you today. As early as in February 1991, on the invitation of the Seimas, a group of MPs from Saxony traveled for a referendum about Lithuania's independence. That was also about guarding the referendum by having international parliamentarians present. Back then, parliamentarians stood at the graves of those heroes died on January 30th, 1991, heroes who died for the independence and freedoms of the Baltic state. Among those MPs then was Mr. Seiman, whom I'd like to welcome here today, as well as the chairman of the forum. Ladies and gentlemen, in a couple of days, Saxony will celebrate its 30th anniversary of Constitution. We exactly know what a struggle for freedom and the reconstitution as a state means. We also know what it means returning to Europe, and that is something that connects us to Lithuanians, to Latvians, the Estonians. All this is our task for a Europe of the 21st century. A united, a peaceful, a free Europe is in the deepest interest of our peoples. Russia's war of aggression against a free Ukraine shakes that to its core. It ends the European order of peace and not only confronts EU member states with a colossal threat. Russia today poses the biggest challenge to peace and freedom in Europe. We are living through very dark times. Russia's illegal war is at the same time an attack on a world order based on rules, which we in Europe seem to take for granted. Robert Kagan, as early as 2008, wrote, "Russia and the EU are geographic neighbors, but geopolitically they live in different centuries. The ones still live in the 19th century, driven by a politics of power and violence, and the other in the 21st century, who pursue the order of a peaceful world order. Both is now at odds with each other, but in contrast to the many skeptical voices we see today, Europe is acting in solidarity. So there is still life in the so-called West. So it is united. We are united, and also, as we haven't been for a long time. One thing is clear: Russia must not win this war. In the face of Russia's war, there is no doubt that Germany is on the side of the Ukrainian people. Germany is doing a lot. It supports Ukraine financially, in humanitarian ways, and not least militarily. It also supports the sanctions within the European order. Germany is on the side of the Baltic states when facing the threat of Russia's threat to the hegemonial order. It is making its commitment to strengthen NATO also within the Baltic states. The threat posed by Russia is not just real here in Lithuania, it can also be felt everywhere else, and it cannot be tolerated. We all have to defend a free Europe together. Any way of re-Sovietizing Europe would be a disaster, particularly for all those who know what that means. Germany has learned from its history. The Munich Conference from 1938, the Hitler-Stalin Pact of 1939, that means that large states decide about the fate of smaller states is something that is a matter of the past in a free Europe. We show clear solidarity with those who are threatened by aggressive dictatorships. The territorial integrity of sovereign state is something that is non-negotiable in Europe of the 21st century. Ladies and gentlemen, in particular, Eastern and Central European states show us how to behave in these dark times. That is awesome. I admire that deeply. In a world that is increasingly characterized by thinking in large power politics is deeply worrying. Europe has to defend freedom and democracy. Today is the nationalist authoritarianism of Russia which attacks Europe's freedom, and we face that challenge with particular bravery as European democrats. Uncertainty, naivety, that is something autocrats will not forgive. Freedom can only be secured through joint strength. Ladies and gentlemen, our conference is meant to show different perspective. In the morning, we will look at Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine. In the afternoon, we'll talk about option in security policy for us, within and for Europe. Experts on that field, many voices from the Baltic countries, will answer questions from the presenters and the audience, and I'm very much looking forward to their answers, and I'm looking forward, together with you, to a wonderful event and a successful event. Thank you very much for having us and being together.
Honorable Madam Speaker, Samuel Nielsen, sehr geehrter Herr Präsident Dr. Rössler.
Dr. Rössler, Mrs. Nielsen, Dr. Ignatov, Rector, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your invitation. I deeply regret that I can't be with you in person in Vilnius or be patched in via live feed, since I very much appreciate the Central European Forum at Saxony State Parliament. It's a particular matter of personal interest for me to make a contribution this way. Everything, including your conference, is currently overshadowed by Russia's gruesome attack against Ukraine. We all, the European Union, its citizens and its partners, have to stand together against the aggressor and on the side of our values. We have to support Ukraine with everything which the country needs for its defense and supply. And we need to put sanctions on Russia with everything that is within our powers. Only in a joint way, in solidarity, will we face the challenges before history and will master the upcoming challenges, internally and externally. This is not the time for partisan policy, blockades and blackmail. It is about assuming political responsibility and face with open eyes reality. Putin breaks all the rules for a peaceful living together. He wages war against Ukraine, a sovereign country, against innocent people and against our values. So it's about nothing less than war or peace. It is about a struggle on European soil. The system of freedom against the system of a dictatorship. The system of talking with each other against the system of waging war as politics. The war in Ukraine, but also the pandemic, which has not come to an end yet, has struck us within a transformative process. We all know know that a lot remains to be done. The Green Deal has to be implemented. We want to become world market leaders in green technologies. We want to cope with the digitalization, and we want to make the next decade the digital decade, making high technology made in Europe. We want to become more independent in the field of supply chains, research, energy and food security, and we want to create a joint and common external and security and defense policy. All those priorities must not be played out against each other. We have to implement them side by side. Europe has to act more swiftly and be capable of acting better, and to the inside it has to become more transparent and populist. This message is also the topic of this conference on the future of Europe. 325 proposals on how to develop the European Union were developed under direct participation of citizens and were also kind of confirmed by national parliaments. These proposals are tailwind for those who want to develop the European Union further. They say yes to ending the undemocratic principle of unanimity. They say yes to the right of initiative, they say yes to the security and defense union, they say yes to transnational lists, they say yes to more cooperation of European citizens. The European Parliament will now become the advocate of those proposals and will seize the initiative at a convention for the required reforms. The initiative of the convent is in its implementation. The Central European Forum at Saxony State Parliament has established bonds of intellectual exchange for more than a decade now. With their regular conferences in the countries of Central and European Europe, they make an essential contribution in order to further the economic and historic and otherwise connection even stronger. The fact that you have the conference in Vilnius is an important signal. In particular there, the fear of an expansion of the war is particularly pronounced. In April, I was in Vilnius and Riga, and I was able to witness the large degree of solidarity of the people. The answers to the war and the answers to the challenges of the future can only be an even deeper integration of the European Union, both historically and economically. We must never take for granted freedom and democracy. We have to fight for it every day in order to make it even stronger. So I should like to encourage you to think even further. I wish all of you an interesting event with lively discussions and with sustainable encounters. Thank you. After these two video statements, we now get back to our floor here, and I should like to hand the floor to Professor Ignatov, Rector of the EHU, and I'd like to ask him to give his keynote speech.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear friends and colleagues, it is my honor to meet all of you at the Central Europe Forum conference devoted to the security challenges in Europe. The topic of today's conference provides the great opportunity to talk on the special role and mission of the education, especially role of the universities in the world where totalitarian regimes act in a very brutal way using the instrument of the war for their prejudicious interests. I believe that most of you know that the European Humanities University began its life in 1992 as a symbol. Belarus belongs to Europe and shares its values for centuries. With 100 students, studying for a variety of degrees in 2 rooms rented from the Academy of Sciences in Minsk, university began attracting increasing numbers of students and staff. Why so? Because in early 90s, everybody was trying to become a banker or a businessman, but nobody paid attention to the basic roots of European civilization. But EHU has had a vision that society should be built on a huge, rich, powerful intellectual tradition and on the autonomy, academic autonomy. We all know a consequence of such attempts. University was forced into exile in 2004, and in 2005 re-established its activities in Lithuania with the generous support of the Lithuanian government. Lithuania has earned an admiration of defenders of academic freedom worldwide for rescuing EHU. In the 90s, universities appeared throughout Eastern Europe, carrying humanitarian knowledge about people. First of all, they taught people how to communicate each other. The main goal was to quickly create new people, new elite who would participate in the management of the country in a new way. The second goal is to remind Eastern Europeans that they are the bearers of European intellectual traditions. And this is still relevant in connection with the context that has developed in Belarus and Russia. In February, Russia invaded into the sovereign Ukraine, and as an academic community, we should not only rethink the Russia as a neighbor, but also distinctly understand how to educate students with European and humanitarian values in the core. This is the EHU role also. EHU is a university that teaches in the tradition of liberal arts so that society can change and people live better than previous generations. Belarus is located in the very heart of Europe, between Russia and the Western value paradigm. That is why the education of young Belarusians directly affects the agenda in the region. EHU is exactly the university that provides education without ideology, and this commitment helps us to educate people with a huge social potential. They create jobs, businesses, do research, preserve and restore heritage, and work internationally. The migration collapse on the borders of Belarus with every single neighboring state except Russia in 2021, provoked by the Belarusian authorities, demonstrates that it is impossible to ignore Belarus and the Belarusian problems, because this will become a problem for the whole of Europe and the Western world. The Russian war in Ukraine and involvement of the Belarusian territories is a direct example of how the Belarus could impact on the well-being of the Europe negatively. But if the people receive good education, positively as those who resist this war. Young Belarusians who receive the quality education, who saw the world, traveled to other countries for exchange, implemented scientific and social projects that they dreamed of, and not which should have been done according to plan, will be able to gradually change the situation in their country and, as a result, surroundings. It is inevitable, an evolutionary process, a matter only of time and circumstances. That is why donors, on the one hand, support young Belarusians in their pursuit of education, and on the other, they contribute to the security of the entire region and the values of the democratic society. Some facts: 96 students and 18 scholars were provided academic shelter at EHU. 69 civically active prospective students were supported during the admission this summer. This is the only university that works for the needs of the Belarusian society and not the Belarusian authorities. It is important to recall, in addition to the good, the EHU community was directly affected by the repression by the Belarusian authorities. 3 graduates and 2 students were recognized as political prisoners for their freedom of speech and disagreement with the election campaign 2020 results. Among them is Sofia Sapega, this young girl, Sofia Sapega, who was detained in May 2021 together with Roman Protasevich after the enforced landing of the Ryanair Air flight in Minsk. And maybe you have heard that she is supposed to be sentenced for 6 years. 6 years. In addition, at the beginning of 2020, EHU joined the international network, Open Society University Network, established by George Soros. It brings a lot of opportunities for the EHU students and United Universities from New York to Vilnius. The Russian war in Ukraine explicit that the region where the Belarusians and Ukrainian people faced with authoritarian regime definitely need a humanitarian education. According to the latest poll conducted by EHU with the support of the Lithuanian Foreign Ministry in 2021, 67% of graduates returned to Belarus, and their level of well-being is significantly higher than the national average. This is our greatest achievement. And of course, the very existence of EHU is 30 years, more than 18 of which in exile, is an achievement in itself. We are speaking with you on the 3rd month of the war in Ukraine, and it became clear that education is a chance for societies to escape the war. Recreating a university in exile is not so easy, and it is not a tool for quick transformations. We believe that EHU can be such a model place for all students, including by increasing the number of students from Russia who are looking for education in Europe and strive to get knowledge in the European intellectual tradition. We have even some students from Russia who belong to the movement of Navalny. EHU became a shelter, a home not only for Belarusian students, but for students from Russia and students from Ukraine. Our location in Lithuania, our experience and readiness to expand the scientific community, enriching it with specialists dealing with the Russian problems, even contribute to this. Dear friends, I believe that the smartest answer to the repressions of totalitarian regimes is to establish, to keep, and to support the university. University, which is a fortress of new, democratic, liberal arts, interdisciplinary education. University which has its academic autonomy, because if we don't have academic autonomy, there is no civil society in the country. We can remember our past more than 30 years ago during the time of the communism. We had even good universities, but without a hint of social life there. And you know what was the level of civil society and movements in our countries, because when the elite is graduating from these universities without autonomy, this is a kind of slavery of our days. This is how we built our European security in the region, by means of European Humanities University. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ignatieff, for this very interesting speech about the European Humanities University. that is a very positive example for what we can do in Europe. And I like the fact that you spoke about the significance of academia and education for our societies and for democracy. Now we will start with our panel discussion. I will go over to the panel and I would like to ask the panel members to come to the floor as well.
Ja. Ja, Herr Professor Milbrat, bitte. Und ich weiß nicht, ob Herr Franek Viakorka hier ist, noch nicht. Vielleicht kommt er ein bisschen verspätet. Also, wir werden jetzt, wie gesagt,
Well, now, as we said, and we stuck right to the schedule, we will initiate our panel discussion titled The Situation in the Regions of Dictatorship and War, how the situation in Belarus, Russia and Ukraine evolves. First of all, let me present our panelist, Dirk Schubel, ambassador and head of the EU delegation in Belarus. He has more than 20 years of experience of European external policy. Ambassador Schubel is the chairman of the Russia Department of the Foreign Office. So we can talk about Russia extensively within the frame of this panel. We have Andrius Kubilius, Lithuanian Prime Minister between 1999 and 2000, and again later from 2008 to 2012. And since 2019, Mr. Kubilius has been with the European Parliament in the Christian Democratic Group. Thank you very much for taking the time to be with us. And we have Professor Dr. Georg Milbrat, State Premier of the Free State of Saxony between 2002 and 2008. Since 2007, Mr. Milbrat has been the Special Representative of the federal government for restructuring, administration and decentralization within Ukraine. So he also has a great deal of experience with Ukraine, and we are going to talk about this. One more tip, we planned the panel to be about 50 minutes to 1 hour of managed discussion, but after that, distinguished guests in the hall and in the audience, you can also ask your questions, so please make use of this opportunity. This is what we're here for. This is why we have these panel discussions, to answer questions. My first question is for Mr. Kubilius. What's the mood like in Lithuania and the other Baltic states? What has changed since the end of February, since Russia has attacked Ukraine? How do you assess the situation?
Well, thanks a lot. Maybe I will switch to Lithuanian. Yeah, no German knowledge. So.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. It is a very important forum. In order to answer your question, I will put it in simple terms. For us in Lithuania, the developments in Ukraine is not something unexpected. From 2000, from Mr. Putin coming into power, we saw a growing threat from Russia. We were often called and referred to as Russophobes, and unfortunately we failed to prove to our colleagues from the old Europe that authoritarianism in Russia is the greatest threat to the security of Europe. The situation hasn't changed for us. The understanding of the situation has changed in the Western Europe. In reality, Europe is in deep geopolitical crisis, but for me, crisis is not only a problem. Suddenly, we are witnessing a tragedy in Ukraine, people are dying, but a crisis also offers an opportunity for us to change. Therefore, we need to understand our experience, past experience, our mistakes, and to recognize what we need in order to change the European geopolitical situation, because we are suffering a geopolitical crisis. In order to prevent a future crisis. Finally, I will say that it is a very positive thing that this forum is in Lithuania, because the geographical center of Europe is 20 kilometers away from Vilnius. So you are in the very middle of Europe. Therefore, Germany and Saxony is a province of Europe in comparison with the center of Europe. And this is a paradox. You are now in a real geographical center of Europe, but on the margins of European values. And several kilometers away from Vilnius, non-democratic Europe begins. So, how should we move away from this crisis? What should we do in order to secure peace and security on our continent, that it is not threatened? My answer is very simple. Vilnius needs to be not only the geographical center of Europe, but Vilnius needs to be the center of democratic Europe. Therefore, our main task is to achieve democracy, gradually expand to the east of the continent. We have Ukraine that is fighting for its democracy. We have Belarus, where people showed clearly 2 years ago that they don't want to have this dictator, but the dictator actually coerced the people, but it did not change people's moods and attitudes. We also have Russia, which is ruled by an authoritarian regime that has become an international aggressor. But we should not lose hopes that Russia can finally become democratic. And a democratic Russia would be a real solution for our continent, devoid of any threats. So the way or the path that we have to go forward is the development of democracy to the east. And we have to hope that this is achievable.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kubilius.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kubilius.
Frage, ob wir ein demokratisches Russland haben können in der unmittelbaren Zukunft. Wir werden darüber ein bisschen
I think we're going to
sprechen,
talk
aber
more
ich
about
würde,
how this will look like in the
jetzt Herrn
immediate
Schübel fragen.
future, but let me ask
Ich weiß, Sie
Mr.
leben
Schubel,
momentan
I do know
nicht in
that currently
Belarus,
you
aber Sie
do
sind
not live in
zuständig für
Belarus, but you are
Wie
responsible
sehen
for
Sie,
Belarus.
von hier,
So what
hat
is
in
your
Belarus,
perspective?
oder hat
What
etwas in Belarus sich verändert,
has changed, or has
seit
anything
Ende Februar?
changed in Belarus
Wie
since
fest
the end
ist
of February?
Weißrussland,
How
an der Seite von
stable
Wladimir Putin
is
verankert?
Belarus, and how
Und
strongly
wie
Belarus
informiert
is
ist die
connected
Gesellschaft,
to
in
Vladimir
Belarus
Putin,
über
and
was
how
genau,
informed
in der Ukraine
is
passiert?
the Belarusian society about what's going on in Ukraine? Thank you very much. Good morning. Let me start by saying that I would like to thank Dr. Rösler, who unfortunately can't be with us here. I myself, as a Saxon citizen, am delighted to be here, and I'm delighted that I can kind of reconnect with my roots through this conference. I'm always delighted to be in Vilnius because it has become my de facto exile after the Belarusian dictator Lukashenko ejected me from Belarus in June last year, and ever since I've worked from Brussels. But anyway, I'm very often in Vilnius in order to meet Belarusian friends and members of the civic society and other democratic forces. I believe that the 24th of February of this year fundamentally changed Belarus as well, because I think that not only the West was surprised by the aggression and total invasion of Russia against Ukraine, I don't think the Belarusians expected that neither, and I'm happy to say that I think that Mr. Lukashenko didn't expect it either, and if he did expect it, he might have thought that it would be a matter of just 3 or 4 days. Well, they were deeply mistaken, weren't they? And I think the calculus of Mr. Lukashenko has not come about. He made the territory of Belarus available for Russian forces, but he thought that it was a quick affair. It hasn't turned out that way, and sadly it has to be said that Belarus, the Belarusian leadership, has become a fully fledged part of the aggression by providing their territory and by enabling missiles and other aviation equipment to be launched from Belarusian territory. They provided logistics. They provided airports for Russian airplanes, for Russian military airplanes to be launched from there, and that is something that made Belarus part of this conflict. And that is the reason when further sanctioning Russia, we do not exclude Belarus, because Belarus continues to be used for military operation, even though that is denied by the authorities, but that is simply a fact. But what is also true is that over the last couple of weeks, after being driven out from the Chernihiv and Kiev region, they no longer use Belarusian territory as much, but the situation might change at any time because we do not know Mr. Putin's final aims. But I also believe that the regime itself cannot have any interest in committing Belarusian forces to Ukraine, and as far as we know, that hasn't happened yet, and let's hope that it stays that way, because within the population in Belarus there is zero support for that. Polls that we've seen show that more than 90% advocate against an active Belarusian participation in Ukraine. So a big majority is against all this, and I do believe that the mood overall will even deteriorate if it came to a situation where Belarusian forces were deployed in Ukraine. And I believe that would depress Mr. Lukashenko's approval ratings even further down. They were not great to begin with. I believe that currently Belarusian leadership has no interest in deploying forces if it has any influence over that. In turn, the civil population supported Ukraine. They provided supplies. They also cut railway links, which led, sadly, to a situation that even stricter legislation is currently being passed by the Belarusian government to actually reintroduce the death penalty for such acts of resistance, something that over the years we've tried to not have is to abolish death penalty. Now they even expand the scope of reasons to apply a death penalty. What also needs to be said is that Russia's invasion using Belarusian territory led to a situation that the whole world saw that Mr. Lukashenko was not free to take decisions by himself whether he will host Russian troops or not. That also means that it has become a threat to Belarusian independence, which we as the EU have always supported. We want to maintain an independent Belarus. That means that people themselves can decide by whom they want to be governed and to which club they want to belong to. So the 24th of February did make a big difference, and people watched the situation very closely. They are well informed, even though the government channel kind of repeat 100% the Kremlin propaganda. But there are some nuances, and the longer the war goes on, the more understanding has evolved in Belarus that it is a fully fledged war, not just a special military operation as Putin aides call it, and there can be no good end to it. And the sanctions that we have imposed on Russia, and which will heavily affect Belarus as well, has sunk into the administration and to the society. And I believe that was not their intention to begin with. So I think over time the situation in Belarus will become even more difficult. Thank you very much. I think we are going to talk about sanctions in greater detail later on, but it's very interesting for you to say that the participation or making Belarusian territory available to Russia kind of questions Mr. Lukashenko's autonomy. I personally have always considered Belarus not to be a fully independent country, but always being sort of directed by Russia, but it's probably become even worse now. Yes, as the European Union and as the West, I think we've done everything in order to maintain Belarus's independence. But indeed, Belarus, both militarily and economically, has always been heavily dependent upon Russia. But the forged elections of August 2020 and the deterioration of the relationships with the West led to a situation where Lukashenko has turned to Russia exclusively, thus increasing the dependency. There is sort of a union with many interconnections. We all know Russia's goal. I don't think that there is 100% dependency, but the dependency has increased over the last couple of months and years, and there is only Mr. Lukashenko to blame for this. Let's talk about a bit about Ukraine. Professor Milbrad, You have visited Ukraine over the past 5 years regularly. You've established contacts, and you also cooperated in the reform process. What do you think were the most important progress in Ukraine over the last couple of years? And how has the relationship with Russia changed even before the war? And what do you think? Can the war even speed up the Ukrainian accession to the European Union? Well, Ukraine has a very difficult history and had so throughout the 20th century. In contrast to the Baltic countries, Ukraine has not managed after the First World War to gain independence as a state, even though there were attempts to do so. It failed by the Polish claims to re-establish the old Polish-Lithuanian Empire, including Ukraine, and by including the Red Army and the Communists, there was no chance, in contrast to the Baltic states, to establish a democracy in between the two world wars. In the Soviet Union, there was a certain degree of autonomy consciously initiated by Lenin, which led to a fact where the Ukrainian language on the cultural level was even enhanced. So when the next change came in 1991, it was seized with open arm. And in contrast to the Baltic and to Poland, there was no revolution at the beginning, that meaning a clear cut with the communist past, but instead the red flag was lowered and instead a blue-yellow one was raised, but the elites had not changed in the 1990s. Only slowly changes took place, and the first attempt for bigger changes within the frame of the Orange Revolutions failed. Back then, there was huge Russian interference, the forged elections of Mr. Yanukovych, the poisonous attack on Mr. Yanukovych was done under the direction of Putin, because Mr. Putin never wanted a Ukraine that is dedicated to Western values. The second attempt took place in 2014. Traditionally, Ukraine take their cues from Poland. They always compared themselves with Poland. In 1990, roughly speaking, Poland's GDP and Ukraine's were equal. Poland's was very low because of the strike movement of Solidarność. So Ukrainians like to compare themselves with the Ukrainians. And in 2010, in 2012, that gap had risen to 2 to 3 times. So Polish GDP was 2 to 3 times higher than Ukraine's. So what were the reasons for that? And the answer was Europe. And they saw, well, we get more money if we are an admission candidate or even a member of the European Union. And secondly, they thought that they were forced to have the reforms that were not undertaken due to the revolution that had not taken place in the 90s. They realized that they couldn't do it by themselves. So these were the main two issues. And when Yanukovych, the then Russian-friendly president, cut negotiations with Brussels, not having the association agreement, then the Maidan movement evolved, which was a pro-European movement, because there was a hope that also was nurtured by Mr. Yanukovych that there would be some approach towards Europe. But all those hopes were dashed, and also because of the pressure with regard to gas supplies, and Russia has always used as a political tool, but under the pressure of all this, Mr. Yanukovych turned to the Eurasian Economic Union initiated by Russia, so these developments failed as well. When Crimea was occupied and there was this overt invasion into the Donbas region. And let me state clearly that it were no separatists, it was Russian intelligence services, it was covert operations by the Russian armies who occupied the territories and formed a proto-government there. And only then Ukrainians started to see Russians as enemies. Before that, they were seen as a benevolent uncle or a benevolent neighbor, but that has changed completely. And more, a Ukrainian sense of nationality has evolved, which is in contrast to Russia. The region has always been characterized by the to and fro of wars. German unity, by the way, was a result of Russia's foe Napoleon back in the day. But the situation is different. Ukrainians still want to speak Russians, but they see their future in Europe, which is due to the fact that they so long have been a part of the Polish-Lithuanian Empire. The city of Kiev is a good example. At around 1500, Kiev got the rights under the Magdeburg Charter, not because they were German-speaking, but it was a modern way of governing trade and commerce and city management. And only in 1830 this law was replaced by Russian law, and about 1800 Kiev citizens erected a monument to this Magdeburg Charter just to make clear that they thought themselves part of Europe, that they wanted to turn towards Europe. Now, on the situation between 2014 and 2022, they managed to carry out a number of reforms, for example, which is often underestimated, to completely dissociate themselves economically from Russia. Originally, 80% of all exports went to Russia. They were heavily dependent on Russian gas, and within 2 or 3 years, they changed that completely. A macroeconomic stabilization took place. There was also more independence of Russian gas with dramatic social and economic consequences, which, by the way, had been solved, though. So there was a big reorientation. As far as institutions is concerned, my task was, apart from internal reforms to administrative structures, to establish municipal self-administration. This way, the deep centralization as inherited from the communist era, to end it and to more have a grassroots administration, thus having more democratic institution until 2020. That more or less was successfully finished, and whereas part of Ukraine thought that municipal self-governance is sort of decentralization, is separatism, and thus supports Russia's undermining, but actually the opposite took place, because there were strong municipalities, both politically and democratically elected, and because strong mayors were elected, and the mayors also in the Russian language regions have become the center of civic opposition, of civic resistance. And for that reason, a lot of those mayors were murdered now in the war, were put in prisons, and a part is still there. You saw that in the city of Kherson, where it was heavily publicized. So this part of the reform process worked. What remained to be done was changing the constitution, because Ukraine's constitution was still post-Soviet and still contained many structures which were at odds with our understanding about the state of law and the rule of law, up to how to organize the judiciary. So this would have been the next step, and the fight against corruption and the oligarchy. That is no easy thing, no easy process, but progress had been made, also with a lot of help of the European Union. I was there for the last time in December. Usually you don't go there in January, because then the Orthodox Church celebrates its Christmas celebrations, and only at the end of January political work resumes. I actually was within the preparation to travel there. I kind of was semi-surprised by the war. I always thought it possible, and so currently I only have contacts through video conferences, and since I'm also associated to another EU project which in the past dealt with reforms to administrative structures, helping with reorganization, this project is currently being used in order to guarantee electricity supplies. There is a big storage facility in Rzeszów at the Polish-Ukrainian border, from which the municipalities run generators in order to guarantee water supply and wastewater disposal. So those things are being done. Aid supplies, medication is being supplied through it. And it's kind of astonishing that Ukraine is still functioning. Banks are still working, schools are still working, because early on they switched to digitization. Even government structures are run digitally. You can run the government without being physically present on the ground. Even though people are dispersed somewhere in the Baltic states, in Germany, in Poland, the administrative structures still work to some degree. This is going to show that there is not only military resistance, there is civic resistance, and there is the firm conviction and the will to eject Russians from the country. This is what they would see as a victory in order to get a truly independent Ukraine. They are very, very disappointed of Germany, its hesitancy. Maybe this is currently changing, because they've always said, well, you have so much good advice what to do, but when push comes to shove, you only dither. So if you don't want to help, just say so, but don't play for the long game. I hope that this situation can be changed, can be corrected, and we will see how the discussions around that evolves. I think it's necessary not only to talk about the current war and provide support. In the medium term, this war will continue. I think we will have to think about the autumn of next year, what the situation will be. And we also need to think about how the reconstruction efforts will be organized, both physically and as far as civil structures are concerned. Currently, work is being done in that field, but this will be the next stage, is not the most immediate pressing concern. Thank you very much, Mr. Milbart. In the second round, we will also talk about the future. I'd also like to bring in Mr. Sikorka, senior advisor of Svetlana Timofskaya. He's also an expert for digital media and information, because these are important topics in this war. And my question to Mr. Vikorka is, how has life changed for the opposition movement, for opposition leaders over the last 2 or 3 months? Do you travel more? Can you provide a little help to Ukraine? Can you give advice, or have there been no impacts at all?
Thank you, dear Chair. Thank you, dear guests, Excellencies. A big honor to be here and speak about Belarus. Actually, we were surprised by war, the same as all of you, or most of you. It changed our activities in Belarus, definitely. When we were fighting Lukashenko's drastic regime, now we also fighting the aggression of Russia. It's not so visible as in Ukraine, but we still have Russian troops on our territory. They are present in at least 6 towns and cities. There are at least 2 so-called military training centers, which are de facto military bases, and we don't know how they really work. And there are multiple military complexes based and located on Belarus territory, including air defense systems, which are located there without any Belarusian or societal control over them. Lukashenko basically decided to be collaborationist of Putin's regime in this war. Similar perhaps to Vichy's regime, Pétain's regime in France during Second World War. So he pretends to be sovereign, independent, but the fact is that he doesn't serve the interests of Belarus nation anymore. This is connected to the events in 2020 when Lukashenko gave up, actually lost elections and then gave up on the role of representative of Belarusian people. He refused to conduct free elections, to step down, to have a dialogue with Belarusians. Instead, he organized the mass terror with the support of Putin. So we have right to say that for us this war started much earlier, with a crackdown on civil society and media in 2020. Therefore, perhaps you can't see much rallies and protests in Belarus right now against war, only because those voices, those people, are either in prison or in exile. He destroyed more than 350 civic organizations, more than 50 big media outlets closed, more than 300 Telegram channels and YouTube channels were announced extremist, and therefore we have right to say that preparation for this attack on Ukraine started in Belarus 2 years ago. We can't organize public activities in resistance, but we went underground, and we call our movement right now partisan movement mostly. This is about distributing independent information. We organized the network of Samizdat. Thanks to technology, it's much more possible than before. We have the network of saboteurs who coordinate through social media and special messengers. They organized, according to official information of Lukashenko, more than 80 acts of sabotage and diversions on railways aimed to stop Russian troops from moving to Ukraine. At least 2 big cyber attacks took place, organized by Belarusian cyber partisans, which disrupted for several days the railway system, and many other things, which basically made Russian life, Russian military presence in Belarus very unstable. At the same time, we are trying to mobilize Belarusian society. It's still vulnerable and susceptible to Russian disinformation and propaganda. And in Belarus, it's not only about troops or physical competition on the battlefield. It's about competition of narrative in a very large sense. It's like TV against internet. Users of traditional TV, of Russian TV channels, of Lukashenko's TV channels, they are very susceptible to narratives that Ukraine is ruled by Nazis and we have to liberate Ukraine and then the entire world. This rhetoric is getting more and more aggressive. It's very toxic. It's very intolerant. Sometimes it's repetitive with Russian rhetorics, but in some cases it's even more brutal, more aggressive than the Russian one. Lukashenko tries to be like Putin, but stronger. So when Putin says something weird, stupid, Lukashenko repeats after a few days, but he adds more stronger wording, just because he wants to be like this alpha man, more masculine, more important, and we see some sort of invisible competition between them in being rude. Of course, neither Putin or Lukashenko cares much about the societal opinion, and this is also their miscalculation and their problem, because they underestimated, as a previous speaker mentioned, the power of the nation, the power of the people, the power of identity of Ukraine. In Ukraine, because it's not Zelensky who is fighting Russia, it's Ukrainian people. And the same thing about Belarusian people. Neither Putin or Lukashenko understood that Belarusian nation is already formed, independent, sovereign, with their own language, culture and identity. And in 2020, the uprising was surprising to both of them, and the resistance we see right now against the war is surprising for them again. We still are facing the big challenge in convincing the majority of population that this war is launched by Russia. We still have problem in reaching a big group of Belarusian citizens who were using independent websites before war, but now these websites are unreachable. But I think we started to work more closely with tech companies, thanks to our international partners, and this will open for us new opportunities. I mean social networks, I mean YouTube, I mean Microsoft, because technology in our case can be decisive, can play the crucial, critical role in prevailing over Russian imperialistic, revanchist narrative. Svetlana Tikhanovskaya is recognized and still she has very big support among wider Belarusian population. She is the most popular leader, and her percentage of recognition in Belarus is the same as Lukashenko. It's like 98.5%, and there is no anyone closer. The name of Prime Minister or Lukashenko's any other minister is from 5 to 10% maximum. So there are no visible politicians for majority of Belarusians, and this is our huge asset. And our goal as the team of Svetlana Tikhanovskaya to help Belarusians to identify with the movement for freedom and democracy. Svetlana Tikhanovskaya is on one hand the symbol of this movement, on the other hand she is a leader, putting important issues on the table. And when before the war we were very focused only on democratic elections as our only target, goal and aim, now we are also focusing and pay much attention on geopolitics. Because this is the very right moment to explain Belarusians where they really belong. And it's not about making something unnatural. Belarus is a natural part of Europe. We shouldn't convince. It's also Magdeburg right territory. All the cities, big cities in Belarus also were part of Magdeburg right, had self-government. We have this tradition what many Russian cities didn't have. And I think what we have to do, we have just to explain and to educate more Belarusian people about where they belong, what they deserve. And in many cases, Putin's Russia help us. Because Putin's Russia now is very much connected to war, to suffering, to torture, to missiles. And Europe is, in minds of people, it's connected to safe haven, safety, prosperity, and you can't see much people fleeing for Russia. Actually, you cannot see any people fleeing from Belarus for Russia, but all of them are trying to find safe haven in neighboring EU countries, and we, thanks God and thanks to the situation, we have very strong allies. Lithuania and Poland and Latvia as well did an incredible job in accepting our refugees in 2020 and continue doing this right now. Also, we are receiving support on political and diplomatic level from all the EU countries, and I'm happy to be here with Dirk Schubel, who is the leader of EU diplomacy for Belarus. And this support, these symbolic actions towards Belarus, they give energy to Belarusian people, and they create the feeling that they will not be abandoned. And when you are dealing with an authoritarian, totalitarian ruler, energy and hope are the most important. Tools, of course, matter when we want to to prevail over Russian propaganda, but energy and understanding that we are expected, that we are supported, is a huge deal. Because Lukashenko's and Putin's message towards Belarus and Ukraine was always, no one is waiting for you in the West. No one is waiting for you in Europe. And right now we see, Belarusians see, thanks to Tikhanovskaya outreach and international support, German support as well, United States, that we are waited, we are expected, we are more than welcome there. And this gives people the energy to not give up and to continue resistance. And to finish my short remarks, I'd like to thank you for parliamentarians of European EU member states, first of all. I'd like to say big thanks to governments, but also to the diplomatic corps. We still are in the revolution mood, in the revolution process. It took much longer than we expected in 2020, but this is the way we started, and it is irreversible, clearly. So right now we just need another push. We need a bit more energy. We need more bravery in order to finalize what we have started. And we, on one hand, continue what we started in 2020, but on the other hand, we will be helping Ukraine by all possible means, with all possible tools we have, because we understand that Ukraine's victory will give us a chance for victory. And this victory of Ukraine, or even tactical victories of Ukraine, can open windows of opportunities for democratic changes in Belarus. And when some people say that Belarus changes only happen when Putin collapses, I must say that Lukashenko is way weaker. And I think we shouldn't wait until Putin collapses, which is the matter of time. But we are sure that Lukashenko's collapse will make Putin collapse much more plausible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vielen Dank. Und ich denke, jetzt sollen wir ein bisschen auch über die Zukunft reden.
Thank you very much. I think now we should talk a bit about the future. And the biggest question is, how should Europe deal with Eastern Europe, with Ukraine, with Belarus? Which measures can be taken? Which measures could be effective? Is it sanctions? Is it arms supplies? Is it financial aid? What is most effective? And are there other options? Mr. Kubilius, what's your assessment here?
Ländern.
Well, maybe after Franek I will to English also. And I think that Franek Pechorka answered a lot of my points. First of all, what I would say, what is needed from our side, really, we need to learn the lessons, what kind of mistakes we were doing till now, and then really to have much more clear strategy, but not only to individual countries like Belarus, Ukraine or Russia, but to see the whole, the whole region, which is very much interconnected, like Franek have said, if, for example, Lukashenko will collapse, that will be a big blow to Putin. If Putin will collapse, then definitely, democracy will come to Belarus. Everything now will depend very much on Ukraine. A lot of things. I cannot, even name all of things. So, of course, now our concentration is on Ukraine, both to help Ukraine to defend its own territory, its own sovereignty, but also to defeat, Putin's military forces. Because sometimes, people are speaking, look, when I am saying that everything, our major goal, our holistic approach should be targeted towards, looking how we can help, Russia to become a democracy, because that will, resolve issues of our security. This formula, Europe, whole, free and at peace, means, very clear things. All Europe, needs to be free, which means, Europe needs to be based on democratic values, on freedom values. Without that, we always will have the same, problem. So people are saying, look, but you are, naive guy. You are looking into Russia, look, 80% of Russian people are supporting war, they're supporting, Putin and so on. What are you talking about democracy in Russia? It's crazy idea, what some people are saying. I'm saying in a very simple way, especially when we have this, German, Central European, conversation. If you look back into the history, in some way, in very painful pages of the history, if you will remember, Nazi Germany or, Imperial Japan during Second World War, I don't know if anybody was making opinion polls at that time, but perhaps, that German people and Japanese people were supporting, their, authoritarian leaders, dictators, in their war and so on and so on. But now Germans and Japanese are, enjoying their democracy. So the question is how they switch, from being, Nazified and so on to democracy. We know from history some answers. First of all, such regimes were defeated militarily. That is why when we're looking into Ukraine, we're saying in a very clear way. Because, what we face now with, Kremlin regime, that is again, new fascist regime. I have been recently to Bucha, near, Kiev. Perhaps everybody knows what Bucha means. So there is clear evidence that Kremlin really became a new fascist regime. So that's why, when we are talking about Ukraine, first of all, we need, to do everything to achieve, total defeat of Russian military forces in Ukraine. That can open the doors for changes also in Russia. Now, in addition to that, we need to see, going back, we see our big strategic mistakes. Big strategic mistakes, again, were, very much connected with our not, lack of belief that Russia can become a democracy. And Putin was very good in trying to convince everybody around, in big capitals, that Russia will never become a democracy, that Russia is a wild eastern nation with nuclear, bombs in their hands. And that is why, in the Western capitals, you need to adapt to Putin, because there is no way for another Russia. And that is why, if to look into previous language of European Union, always dialogue with Putin was, somewhere very high in priorities. Not democracy in Russia was priority, but dialogue with Putin was priority. And I think this is what is needed to be changed. Dialogue with Putin will not bring, changes in Russia, will not democratize Russia, and Russia will stay as it is now, as the biggest danger to European Union, to security in Europe. So with, first of all, success of Ukraine in military field can open really a lot of, new opportunities for Russia to transform itself. Second, very important is not only defeat of, from military point of view, very important is really to do everything to create success of Ukraine. Now, so that's why we are talking about Marshall Plan for Ukraine or whatever, how it will be called. Huge amount of money, it's, the numbers which are mentioned now in European Parliament are from, 500 billion up to 1 trillion. That can really, again, be very major factor to create that success of Ukraine. Ukraine to becoming not only a democratic country, but also a very, very, prosperous country. Ukraine is, we need to remember, Ukraine is a very rich country from their, resources. It's an industrial, with very well developed, industrial basis, very, very well, educated people. And if Ukraine is becoming a successful country, and that, as European history is showing, can be achieved only through integration of post-Soviet countries towards, towards Europe, there are no any example that anybody, who came out from, Russian Empire, when Russian Empire started to collapse, that anybody was able to become a successful country without, integration towards EU. We need to understand that our policy of integration is, is an instrument to create success of, for example, of Ukraine. Now, why Ukraine's success is so important? Again, it's not just, that we wish all the best, for Ukraine, but example of success of Ukraine can be a major inspirational, force, major soft power for you in order to show an example to Russian people, that if they would follow the same way, I'm not talking about Russia becoming a member of EU, maybe it's, too big a little bit. Yeah, but that will be an inspiration for Russian people also to look for transformation in their country. And that would be an inspiration for Belarusian people, to move forward. So that is why we need to see this, the whole picture, broader picture, and to understand that everything is very much interconnected. And, and again, I would say we were making a mistake when we were not believing in democracy possibility in Russia. Putin was very good in convincing us, that democracy will not come to Russia, at any time. That is why European Union, was afraid to push forward, integration of Ukraine, because everybody was afraid that that can provoke Putin. That is why, if you compare, for example, our language, our geopolitical language towards Western Balkans and to Ukraine, was always very different. Western Balkans were always promised, membership. Ukraine never was promised membership. But now we see what is the outcome. So we created in some way, we left Ukraine in some kind of gray zone from geopolitical point of view, and that is how we created temptation, or we added some kind of, additional, how to say, factors to create temptation inside of Kremlin that Ukraine is, gray zone, and the West will not defend, Ukraine if Putin will intervene. That was big, I see that as one of the factors which perhaps, led to what we have now. So out from that, we need to change our policy. We need to have very clear strategy to the whole region. How through success of Ukraine we can influence, developments both in Belarus and at the end in Russia. And that is how we can create at the end, much more peaceful and stable the whole European continent, where Vilnius will be not only geographical center, but also center of democratic Europe. That's our vision.
Vielen Dank. Wir müssen ein bisschen die Diskussion beschleunigen, weil ich will auch...
We have to speed up the discussion because I would like to include the people in the hall. I think we'll have 10 minutes left. But to conclude this panel, Mr. Schüber, how do you see this from Brussels' point of view? How can Europe deal with Russia? What are the most effective measures? Putin also threatens the use of nuclear weapons. So what should Europe say to that? Thank you very much. This is a bit outside my scope right now, but of course you cannot look at Belarus without taking Russia into view and including Ukraine. I agree with Mr. Kubilius. The future of the region will be determined in Ukraine. The outcome of the war will determine the fate of the region. And I can tell you that we initiated discussions about our Eastern Partnership, also against the backdrop that we have 3 countries from the Eastern Partnership which are candidate countries for EU membership, which is Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova. The decision will be taken very soon amongst EU circle whether the candidacy status will be granted to one or more of those countries. And if that is the case, then we will consider how about the Eastern Partnership. What do we do with Belarus within the Eastern Partnership? That's an important topic for us. We've always said that Belarus remains part part of this partnership and that we closely cooperate with the democratic forces, with Svetlana, with your great team, and with all the many other activists of the civic society who both inside and outside the country continue to work. So Belarus will continue to be part of a structure, whatever we might call it, but we will always make a differentiation between Belarus as a country and the regime. Personally speaking, I think you can hardly make as many mistakes as Putin has done over the last couple of years. He is now reaping what he actually wanted to prevent. He gets new NATO member states, which 4 months ago not only thought about NATO membership, Finland and Sweden, as you know. He will get many, many more troops right next to his western borders than he would have bargained for. The Ukraine that he wanted to denazify, in inverted comma, and which he wanted to demilitarize, received so many more weapons from Western suppliers. And for him, basically, it's a matter, or in other words, he has to win this war, however you define winning, and we have to prevent him from winning. If we manage to support Ukraine, which has fought heroically, it's incredible what they've managed so far. No one would have believed that, and every day that passes is success for Ukraine, even though they have to bring tremendous sacrifices for that success. We hear very little about the numbers of non-civilian deaths in Ukraine. I'm sure it's many. There are many of Russian dead people as well. So if we manage for Ukraine in the foreseeable future to push back Russian forces to a region as before February 24th, that would be a great success. And from this position of relative strength, one should try to explain to Putin that no progress can be made this way. I personally struggle to imagine some way of cooperation with Putin as was before 2014. I think this is unimaginable. But let me talk about the 80%. I'm not quite sure if we are at 80% approval ratings for Putin's. It's telephone polls, and it's a matter who answers and who will say wholeheartedly that they were against the war. I don't think he has 80% approval rating. But what is true is that Putin is much better established than Lukashenko within the society. But it's just a matter of time. When the death toll of Russian soldiers rises, well, that might change the calculus. We are currently in the process of passing the 6th package of sanctions, which will be biting. Maybe not today, but in the future. Many Western countries already left Russia, and morally, I think it's very difficult to keep your presence in Russia up. All this will play a big role, and hopefully we will get to a point of view where Putin and his entourage finally find their reason, understanding that Ukraine is not theirs but remains an independent free country, which we will continue to support. We need a lot of patience, as you do with your democratic forces in Belarus. We all need patience, and time is not on Mr. Putin's side and his war-storm regime. We have a united European front, and I am happy that my distinguished colleague, Julie Fisher, is with us, my American colleague who is responsible for Belarus, and we are working as closely together as we've never done before. And together we want to try for this region to become more democratic. Professor Milbrat, can Ukraine win this war militarily, and should Europe negotiate with Putin? I am not a military person. I can only tell you what I hear from military circles, in particular from the English-speaking side, which, well, seems to be well informed. And the British tell us that the war is survivable militarily for Ukraine in a sense that Russia will not achieve its military goals. But the question is, what then? How are we to proceed from then? The first remark I'd like to make is, we've been very, very lucky that there is Mr. Biden in the White House. Just imagine the American elections would have been different and we'd have Mr. Trump in the White House. Then Ukraine would have fallen. It has to be stated that clearly because the crucial support militarily is given by the United States. It's given by Canada and it's given by Great Britain. The Baltic countries participate as well, but this alone would not have sufficed. So the first question is, what happens when in 2 years from now the government in America changes once again towards Mr. Trump? Is Europe prepared for this? And this brings us to the next issue. Currently, Europe can only act with American support. We are not capable to have an independent policy vis-à-vis Putin and Eastern Europe. And that means that Europe has to position itself in a different way. That also means that we have to establish our own military position, even though we have European armies, but which in total are insufficient. And the second issue is Putin threatens openly the use of nuclear arms, and those who threaten the use of nuclear arms vis-à-vis non-nuclear forces has an advantage. Currently, we are protected by America's nuclear shield, and Europe will have to consider whether to make the French force, the FRAP, into a fully fledged nuclear force in order to be able to wage this conflict with Putin, to have an equilibrium of power with Russia. I don't think Putin will fail. Even sanctions will not lead to his downfall, I believe. He has full command over all governmental structures through his KGB connections. The oligarchs do not play a big role. The old oligarchs only made money, and the new oligarchs are his buddies. I don't think there will be a revolution in Russia. I think that is a matter for the long run. But what I do see, and that brings me back to Ukraine and to Belarus, if there is a situation where there is a democracy in Ukraine and where there is economic prosperity in Ukraine, then Putin's and the Tsarist notion of the so-called Ruski Mir as something separate from Europe, the notion that democracy would lead to some form of chaos, that a country as Russia can only be governed in an authoritarian manner, what the West offers is poisonous to us. But if it can be shown that other Eastern Slavic countries, Ukraine, Belarus, will be successful with the Western European model, will be more prosperous than Russia itself, then the elite in the bigger cities in Russia will understand that. But this is for the medium or longer term. And the other view is that Russia has the weakest position among the world powers. It does not have a proper economy. It's an economy based on commodities. It lives on the sale of commodities, in contrast to the Chinese, who over the last 30 years have established a highly competitive economy on par with America. Russia does not have it. They have imported a lot, which is why they have to export gas and oil. So sanctions are okay. You have to sanction the export of gas and oil, and you have to sanction the import of high technology. That also means that if Russia continues down the road it is currently on, then Russia will end up as a vassal of China. And if you look at Siberia, southern Siberia, the Russian cities there are kind of under China's rule, not politically but economically. So China kind of permeates into Russia, into Siberia, and that might continue. So for the next 50 years, there is no option for Russia to be part of China, but then Putin will long have been dead, and then the situation changes. I'm slightly optimistic that a short-term success of Europe, but there will not be a short-term solution. We will need patience, and we have to have continuity in our politics. The notion that in the next 3 or 4 months there will be a solution, that is just fanciful. No, we have to talk and think about strategic decisions, strategic things. We have to bear the consequences both militarily and financially. You cannot rearm on credit. It means that we will have to reroute funds on the European level. And this is the discussions that we will be faced with. But I'm convinced that if we manage, which also means to have Europe with the required changes, then on the medium term we will be able to stabilize things in Eastern Europe. I've always said with regard to Ukraine, if you are successful, I will sleep much more soundly, because from Dresden to Lemberg it's only 850 kilometers. You take the Polish motorway and you are quickly in Lemberg. For American minds, this is next door, so this is our immediate neighbor. And as Germans and as Europeans, we not only have to help Ukraine, by doing so we help ourselves, and we need to consider that our own politics, and then will we get to the right results. And now the last question for Mr. Viatorka, and then we open the discussions for the audience. So, from your point of view, how should Europe deal with Russia right now? Should we cut all contacts politically, economically, culturally, or should we stay in contact despite all the things?
I'm sure that there are smarter people to tell about how to deal with Russia. I can definitely tell about Belarus and Russia connection, that we must make sure that a Russian ally, which is so far the only one and whose name is very well known, that he is fully isolated and brought to justice. Putin needs Lukashenko, he is his crony, they have symbiotic relationship. In 2020 Putin saved Lukashenko, then Lukashenko came to Putin many times to ask for money, and now Putin, it seems, needs Lukashenko for some diplomatic and political reasons, but also for showing his own citizens that it's not only a fight of Putin, but it's the war of the coalition of nations. And I think we must make sure that this coalitionist, that he is a pariah, that he is isolated, and he is not a real leader, but self-proclaimed usurper. How to deal with Belarus? We always say that it's very important to distinguish sanctions on the regime and on the people. Unfortunately, very often ordinary Belarusians are right now limited of getting scholarships in European universities or visas. Many small private companies which were supporting Belarus democratic movement, they were also somehow targeted by limitations and restrictions of the Western society. So it's very important right now to adjust the sanction policy to make sure that those who are in power and who support the regime, they are really punished. So the first recommendation will be to continue sanction policy towards Lukashenko and to make sure that Putin is not able to use Lukashenko for circumventing sanctions. And second, to help all those who fight in the authoritarianisms, but also who contain Russian imperialism. Not only in Belarus, but in all post-Soviet countries. I think there are similar movements because Putin, it's not only about Russia. He has the network of media organizations who are cultivating these revanches, even on the territory of the EU countries, as you probably know. And in case of Belarus, we have know-how how to deal with this. We will be happy to share our experience, how we contain these messages. But right now, we also need help in Belarus to strengthen these voices, because the needs are increasing drastically. When we create content on YouTube, just a small example, we make the video, and you know, each video we post on YouTube begins with a 30 seconds pro-Russian, pro-Putin's video advertised by Russian propagandists. They put millions of euros every day in promoting their narrative on social media technologies. So that will be another recommendation, to support alternative voices and make sure propagandists' voices are not misusing Western technologies. That would help in Belarus, this will help Russian people, and this will help other post-Soviet countries, but also other countries susceptible to Russian propaganda. And the last point is to be consistent, because we often see how the generations of politicians are changing in EU countries, and new generation is coming and say, I have the easy solution about Russia, and we see it in Belarus, and this helped people like Lukashenko to sustain for so long. They always hope that there will be another populist leader coming to power in a European country, and he will be making deal with this leader. So this consistency should be preserved after each elections in every EU member state that you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, es ist Zeit für die Fragen.
It is now time for questions from the audience. First of all, we need a microphone, which we'll hand around. Thank you very much. My name is Peter Patt from Saxony, and I have two questions. First for Mr. Schüber. The end of the war. On the one hand, you said Putin must not win, and the other is what you thought Ukraine must win the war. These might be hugely different things, but your definition of the end of war, territory-wise, how about the region Donbass, Crimea? When would you say will the war be finished? And now, has Germany entered into this war, yes or no? According to Belarusian definition, which provides territory for attacks, we supply arms for defense. Does that mean that we have become party to this war? The federal government denies this, Putin sees it differently, and what are the consequences? Thank you very much for this question. One thing is clear, the war can only be ended, or put in other words, Ukraine must never forgo its territories, not Donbass and not Crimea. I don't know how long it'll take until they'll get these territories back. That's a look in the crystal ball, and I don't have this. At first, I did not say that Ukraine must win. I said Ukraine must not lose. That's a difference. And if they were able to do that in the foreseeable future, that is pushing the Russian forces back to the territories before February 24th, that would be a big success. That would be the first stage that needs to be achieved, and I'm confident that it can be achieved. We can see that there currently there is a kind of a stalemate situation, and this is a huge success for Ukraine. Who would have thought that Ukraine would manage to do that? And now let's see what the next few weeks will look like. Russia seems to be short of supplies and material, so we'll say. But we shouldn't be too optimistic. Russia is still a huge country with huge resources. But I think the goal for the next stage should be pushing back Russian forces to before February 24th. Is Germany part of the war? No, it is not party to the war just because it supplies arms. That's clear. The situation in Belarus is very different because it supplies its territories. The Russian forces crossed Belarusian border and then attacked Kiev and Chernihiv to the east and also other areas unsuccessfully, as you saw. But the logistics were provided by Belarus. The airports were full of Russian aeroplanes, and I believe Belarusians must not enter the forests around Gomel. I believe it's forbidden, but you know that better than I, because they might encounter Russian soldiers there. So if that is no participation in the war, I don't know what is, if you can't enter the territory of your own country. So I do not believe that there are many parallels to the German situation. On the contrary, I think it is the Europeans and Germany's obligation to support Ukraine with everything they require in order to push back Putin's forces. And I think that mindset takes hold among the German government. I think that is good, and I think that will be successful. Thank you very much. There is another question, and we collect a number of questions. My name is Beate Neuss, Professor for International Politics at the TU Chemnitz. I share the panel's analysis, in particular as far as the future and behavior vis-à-vis Ukraine is concerned on the part of the EU. Mr. Milbrat, you talk about a long-term strategic thinking that is required. So let me ask you, how do you assess the European Union's ability for a long-term strategic thinking, given the fact when looking at the individual member states, the right-wing parties in France have never been as strong as today. We had Brexit. We have 2 EU members who today would not qualify for EU membership. We have the situation in Poland. So how stable is the European Union on a longer term in its attitudes with regard to Central and Eastern Europe? There was a question in the last row, and we'll have it.
Hi, my name is Olga Karach. I'm the head of human rights organization Our House from Belarus. I have the question to Mr. Kubilis as a historical person and famous fighter for the independence of Lithuania. By my opinion, everything what is happens in Belarus, it's very connected to historical trauma and everything what was happens before and after the Second World War. For example, the Belarusian political prisoners have to use yellow labels in prisons as Jewish, you know, from historical experience. And now, by my strong impressions, Lithuania and Belarus, this is something like that, like Western and Eastern Berlin, because the war is built between us, and Belarusians are trying to suffering from repressions and run through the forest, sometimes fly through the by paraplanes or to swim on river, and it's so strong impressions that we just returned 100 years ago. And my question to Mr. Kubilis, do you have such kind of impressions with Soviet history, and how do you think how we can deal with such kind of consequence after Soviet Union? Thank you.
Es gab noch eine Frage hier. Ja?
There was one more question. The blonde lady in the back.
I have one question to you. I'm sorry.
Bitte, ja. Ihre Frage.
May I? Yes. Okay. When I remember summer 21, we paid a lot of attention to Belarus. We were looking all from Europe to Belarus, from Germany, with a lot of interest and solidarity. But in my perspective, that interest disappeared during the winter month, and since February, we are all focused on Ukraine for sad reasons. But you told us, and I think that's very important, that there is a strong relationship between these two situations of these two countries. I feel that Belarus and also Ukraine are suffering from the same disease. And my question is, how can we create a stronger awareness in Germany for this correlation?
Ja, jetzt versuchen wir diese 3 Fragen zu beantworten.
I think now we should try to answer these 3 questions because maybe you have to leave shortly, maybe.
About Belarus and how to raise awareness in Germany, and then we let you go.
Thank you for this question. It's true because media create the agenda, media shape the agenda, and if you have pictures of mass rallies, thousands of the streets, it's all over the media, and politicians and stakeholders are discussing this. But when you are a partisan, you know, even many Belarusians don't know about the partisans movement. It's very secret, anonymous, and you cannot show how much work is being done. You can't imagine, you know, how much people are arrested for spreading leaflets or newspapers every night, and you can't take pictures and show in Western media. So in Western media there is only like 5–10% of things that are being done in Belarus, and it's pity, but we understand why. What's important to explain that there is still life, there is resistance, it changed the form, but this is, we call in Belarus, požár na Tarptautinė, it's like fire in swamp. You know, when there is a small spark, there is small fire, nothing is happening from outside, but at some point it will go out, and there will be huge fire. I think this is this fire something what we support and we have to support. So we have to explain in the international community and German society that there is still resistance. Second, that these two situations are interconnected. It's very difficult perhaps to explain countries that are not experts or not working that Belarus and Ukraine, as you mentioned, 2 sides of the same story. Putin took Belarus without a single shot because he had collaborationists in the power, and he didn't take Ukraine because the president and government stood with the people. That's the difference. But the goal of Putin in both situations are the same, to take control over countries which he believes is the part of big Russia territory. He doesn't recognize the statehood, neither Ukraine nor Belarus. We already understood this. What to do? To pay attention to Belarus, always put Belarus after comma with Ukraine, because we fight together. Of course we are smaller, but we try to help Ukraine to win. Same as each of you in this room, I hope. And we understand that right now Lukashenko and Putin, they are in one team, in one boat. And what important for us to make sure that Lukashenko is not avoiding responsibility. So Belarus and Ukraine is together in one discussion, Putin in the same box or same basket, you know, because both important. Lukashenko and Putin in another, as the perpetrators, as aggressors. And I think if this understanding will come, it will be much easier, you know, to build long-term strategy, as it was discussed before. And again, Belarus is not Russia. This is something we are still fighting, even in naming. You know, we came from Norway a few weeks ago, and they are struggling in renaming our country from White Russia, like Weißrussland. You know, we say that right now, after war started, this became political issue, not linguistical one. You know, it's not about Russia, and we are not White Russia, and we don't want to be called this way. This is the symbolic step, but it will help you to understand better what Belarus is now. Belarus is modern, independent, sovereign, European, state that wants democracy, and it needs support in this fight. Thank you. I have to go, unfortunately.
Thank you very much for being with us and explaining this. And I will ask then Herr Kubilius to answer the question about history.
Yeah. Well, thanks a lot, Madam Olga Karach, for this question about history. Despite the fact that I am not a historian, my background is physics, like Angela Merkel, but I like I like history because really you can take a lot of lessons and understanding about what is happening. So my understanding about our region, Russia, and things like that is based on some kind of my understanding of history. Russia is an European country, which in its history showed one tendency. European developments into Russia are coming very late, with very long delays and sometimes very tragic delays. So if you will look into 19th century, you will see how Russia from Decabrist Revolution till 1917 was trying to repeat French Revolution. And they succeeded only in February of 1917, and then they ended with Bolshevik Revolution, or Bolshevik uprisal. Now Russia, or Soviet Empire, we can call in such a way as it was, in 1990 was the last empire on the European continent which started to collapse. And still processes are going on. And if you will look into some other European empires on the European continent, which collapsed after the Second World War, like France or Great Britain, you can see a lot of evidence how painful for those countries it was. If you will remember 1950s, how France was in real how to say, political confusion, domestically, because how difficult for them was to say farewell to Algeria and so on and so on. So in some way, Russia is similar, mentality problems for time being. Unfortunately, that Putin started to use this nostalgia to create his power base, nostalgia of the people, which is quite natural, but he started to use that for his power base. He moved into autocracy and so on, which again is, I would say, well, I am not surprised that Russia moved into such a direction back in 2000. That's again, unfortunate consequences of that historical, tendencies and historical, in some way, historical experiences in other countries. Now, what is happening in Russia, we can see again some kind of historical developments. First of all, what was shown, both in Belarus in 2020 and in Russia now. Loyalty of the people to authoritarian regime is starting to disappear because those regimes are not able to provide improvement of their life. So that is, I think that this was the reason why people, went into the streets in Belarus. The same emotions are somewhere in Russia also, maybe deeply, somewhere deeply in the ground, but there are the same feelings. Second, Kremlin started to lose its authority on different regions, like Ukraine, like Moldova, Armenia even, in some way back in 2018. And that was the reason why in Kremlin they became very much afraid of how things are developing. For Putin, the biggest danger is to lose the basis for his authoritarian power. And democracy in Russia is totally, is total enemy of his, regime and ability for him to stay in power. That's the reason why he became so nervous and he, expanded and started to look into, possibilities to expand into Ukraine and so on. Now, how things can develop, looking into the future, definitely, it's very difficult to predict. Somebody can tell that, perhaps Russia, it will take a long time for Russia to turn itself back to democracy. I will not expand on that, but, I have one very simple example. Myself, back in 2020, in May, now May, yes, 4 months before August in 2020, I was not believing that anything can happen in Belarus. And we remember 2020, August, elections in Belarus and how it changed the whole picture. I remember very well, 1980s. Who could believe that, in 1985, Gorbachev came, perestroika and so on. Who could believe that Soviet Union will collapse, in a few years' time, totally, will disappear. So things in our region can happen, suddenly, unexpectedly, and I hope, because historical tendencies, for me, are showing clearly, you cannot stop spread of democracy. You can delay using, guns or whatever, but you cannot stop that change. So tendencies are positive for development. Now, the question is, are we just, observing those tendencies, or we are doing some kind of job? And here I would say, what we are trying to do, both in European Parliament and in national parliaments. For example, we created recently a global network of parliamentarians with nice title, United for Ukraine. There are some, active members. I see Žygis Pavilonis. We have more than 250, members from 30 parliaments. The last parliament we joined, Micronesia. I was quite surprised, but they joined, Also, they want to help, as much as they can. But I don't know if we have anybody from Saxony parliament. So that's one question. Second, we created also in the parliament informal forum of the Friends of European Russia, where we are discussing with opposition, Navalny team, people, Karamurza team, and others, how we can help, Russia to turn back to democracy. Again, let's have our, joint discussions about that. I would invite all of you, again, to join. And second, and the last point, the third point, definitely, if we are looking into the future of that region, education, like Rector Ignatov have said, is one of the major priorities. If democracy will come, who will be those people who will take, care about democratic Belarus, democratic Russia, and so on? That will be big question. And that is why, I am very happy that we have, Rector Ignatov, because I am chairman of governing board of European Humanities University. We are, trying to make it much stronger. We are looking, who can help. European Commission is giving a lot of, support. But I don't know if we have support from Saxony. Again, that is a question which we would be happy to have good answer. Thanks a lot.
Wir haben noch eine Antwort und dann müssen wir leider Schluss machen. Alle andere Fragen.
There is one more answer, and then we have to finish that. All other questions over lunch break. Thank you very much. I wanted to say something about the EU's ability for a long-term strategy. I believe that everyone is well aware within the European Union that we need to think more strategically, that we need to be more strategically. You might remember Ms. von der Leyen's inaugural speech and the ambitions, geopolitical ambitions of the European Union. And this geopolitical commission that was subsequently initiated was a big force. I am EU official and I have to defend my faith, but I have to say that I can see what Jean-Michel and Ms. von der Leyen are doing. They were among the first people who were in the region, and I think the German Chancellor would be well advised to appear in Kiev as well. But Jean-Michel even visited Odessa at the Day of Europe on May 9th, expressing his solidarity with an area where it is even more dangerous than in Kiev these days. So I think it is visible that we need to align ourselves strategically for the long term. I think our politics is more long term now, and I think that Russia united Europe in some ways. We passed 5 sanction packages in a speed which previously would have been unimaginable. And by the way, these were far-reaching sanction packages. With the sixth package, we kind of faced some roadblocks. It is about the oil embargo, which is a hugely important topic for all the member states. And still, we found common ground. So that situation united us. We more closely coordinate with our partner countries, the US, Canada, Great Britain, sadly no longer EU member state, but even Japan, Switzerland adopted part of our sanction packages as well. In the past, that would have been unthinkable. So again, Putin managed to score another defeat by uniting us, by uniting the Western camp even more. Then I wanted to say is that there is something what we call the Global Compass, a new document which aims at making politics more strategic. It's always dependent upon the Commission and the respective commissioners, but I do believe that the Commission is aware of its responsibility to think more strategically. But we also know that not all member states are perfect. You already mentioned the countries that are a bit problematic, but which provided a great deal of support. Poland provided a huge deal of support to Ukraine and Belarus. Hungary is very much open for Ukrainian refugees. So, despite all the other problems associated with Hungary, it gave a great deal of support for Ukraine. So a lot of positive things are happening as well. But the most important element for the future will be, if we want to stay together in this club called the European Union, we'll have to think strategically. Thank you. As always, we had little time for our discussion, and I'd like to pursue that discussion, but now I would like to thank to our panelists, to our audience, to those who ask questions. Thank you for your insight. Thank you for your professionality, for your experience. We are now closing the first part of our conference. We'll now have a lunch break, and at 12:30 we'll reconvene for the second session of our conference. So after the lunch break, we'll have to reconvene. Thank you very much. Enjoy your meals.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we shall start. It's 12:40. So my name is Žygis Paviljonis. I'm former diplomat, ambassador somewhere. Now I'm member of parliament, and I will be moderating the second panel. We have President of Svetlana Tikhonovskaya joining us, but before that, we are Catholics, we like improvisations, and we want to make a little surprise by our signatory and also one of the keynotes, chairman of Foreign Affairs Committee, Laima Andrikienė. If you can make that little surprise now and explain what's happening here.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as Žygis already mentioned, I am one of the signatories of the Act of Restoration of Independence. And we made this historic decision in this very plenary hall on the 11th of March, 1990. At this conference, we have a very important person. All participants are extremely important, but one is very dear to our hearts, and I have in mind Mr. Marko Šiman. Nice to have you with us today, and we remember that in 1991, when we had our referendum, if the Republic of Lithuania is an independent democratic state. You were here as an observer, and you are a long-standing friend of Free Lithuania. So I have an honor and pleasure to present you with the copy of our Act of Restoration of Independence. And we hope that you will be back to Vilnius and to this Parliament many times in the future. And thank you very much for what you have done for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this nice historic moment. And now I have a pleasure to invite to the podium President Svetlana Tikhonovskaya. It's exactly how we call Svetlana, and it was the first parliament in the world to name Svetlana with this title, and first parliament in the world that said that Lukashenko is not an official ruler of the country. So we are happy today that every state except most totalitarian states recognize you like president. So please take the floor and speak Belarus freedom that we enjoy, all of us, please.
Dear Excellencies, dear friends, thank you for inviting me to speak to you today in this historic place, in this hall where the independence of Lithuania was restored in 1990. It reminds me of the importance of our own struggle for freedom and independence. It's appropriate to speak about the situation in the dictatorship and war zones as the topic for the first part of the Central Europe Forum. It gives me a chance to talk about the situation in my country, Belarus, which is closely connected with the situation in the Ukraine. At every meeting where I am invited, I speak about why it's so important to support Ukraine and Belarus. The destiny of Belarusian and Ukrainian people are interdependent. We all understand that there will be no free Belarus without free Ukraine. Just like without free Ukraine, there will be no free Belarus. Lukashenko allowed Russia's regime to commit the act of aggression against our peaceful neighbors from our territory. This illegal act has betrayed the Ukrainian state, but also created a grave threat to our own statehood. Therefore, I'm so proud to see Belarusians and Ukrainians united at solidarity rallies when I travel around the world. We stand together in our common fight. Many Belarusians who fled the repressions in 2020 found a safe place in Ukraine. After the war has started, many stayed there. Belarusians volunteer in hospitals. They help refugees, internally displaced persons, and simply people in need. Hundreds of Belarusians joined Ukrainians in fighting Russian aggression. This common struggle has created a historical moment for Ukraine, for Belarus, and the entire region. The world order is in a state of meltdown, and it's up to us which form it will take when it is over. Our actions must define the future of international relations and the security system in our region. And we are not talking about something impossible. When I hear that something is impossible, I think about Stanislav Shushkevich, the first leader of independent Belarus who passed away last week. In 1991, he joined the leaders of Soviet Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine in Belovezhskaya Pushcha to sign the agreement about the dissolution of the Soviet Union. It turns out that dismantling a huge empire could be so swift, with a stroke of a pen. Today, we are overturning what was considered obvious before. Lukashenko's regime, which seemed to be invincible, demonstrates its inability to control and rule when the Belarusian people decided in 2020 that they needed freedom and started to protest that has lasted for almost 2 years already. Putin's army, which seemed to be so powerful a few months ago, turned out to be unable to live up to its image after it has been confronted by skillful and fearless Ukrainians. For me, it all started in 2020. In the August 2020 election, I ran against the dictator Lukashenko after my husband was jailed for declaring his candidacy. In the months of protests that followed the stolen election, my people tried to break free from the dictatorial chains. Up to 1.5 million people across the country took part in peaceful protests. It's a lot for a country in 9.5 million. Belarusians surprised themselves, but also frightened both dictators. Putin and Lukashenko underestimated the strength of the people. 50,000 people have been detained. Hundreds of thousands have been forced to leave Belarus. Thousands experienced torture and inhuman mistreatment. My husband Sergei, just one among thousands of political prisoners, was sentenced to 18 years in prison, almost 2 of which he has spent in a solitary cell already. Some experts believe that the current Putin's revanchist war began in 2020 with mass terror in Belarus. Lukashenko wouldn't have survived without Putin. Military units of Rosgvardia were actually amassed on the border with Belarus, ready to be deployed to rescue the drowning dictator. Lukashenko is still paying his debts. He illegally allowed Belarus to be used as a staging ground for the attack on Ukraine. We now understand that the crackdown on Belarus civil society, the destruction of free media, alternative voices, trade unions, human rights defenders were all a preparation for the occupation and for the war against Ukraine. But the dictators failed to suppress our movement. Despite the brutal repressions, the protest movement continues underground and after 2 years is still there. 2 months ago, Belarusians united in an unprecedented objection to the war. On February 27, for the first time since 2020, tens of thousands took to the streets across the country to protest against the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Our hacktivists hack government websites. Volunteers hand out self-printed newspapers. The initiatives formed by the mothers of soldiers work with the military. And we can also claim 2 achievements. First, our country didn't become a place where the Russian army feels safe. Since February, Belarusian partisans have conducted more than 80 acts of sabotage on the railways. Their bravery helped slow down Russians supplying their troops and transporting weapons through Belarus. Belaruski Hayun crowd, sourced by thousands of Belarusians, alerted Ukrainians about missile attacks and Russian bombers flying their way, and this helped to save lives. And second, Belarus army refused to enter Ukraine, despite the attempts to drag it into the war. And it's also the achievement of our people, of mothers, and of course, the officers who refused to follow this criminal order and made all possible this wouldn't happen. We made our stance clear. We are against the war and the dictator supporting it. Lukashenko became an accomplice and dragged our country into this unjust war of aggression. He completely dismissed national interests of Belarus and serves the interests of the Kremlin. Now he tries to switch from essayist to firefighter, claiming that he wishes Ukraine well and is actually a peacemaker. No way. The West shouldn't buy this again. We must learn that dictators cannot be appeased or re-educated. We also see attempts to start the exchange of several political prisoners for lifting all sanctions. We cannot allow the people of Belarus or the political prisoners to be used as bargaining chip. We don't want to release of 10, 100 or 300 hostages. We want to release all political prisoners immediately, without conditions. All of them must be rehabilitated and restored in their rights. All criminal cases must be closed so everyone can get back home safely, those who are in prison and those who are in exile. Every single day means more suffering for the population of Ukraine living in fear of Russian shelling, for political prisoners in Belarus, for ordinary citizens living in a state of terror. I know that sanctions are not the silver bullet, but they do really work. Under the pressure of sanctions, the regime is making mistakes. It will have to retreat, release political prisoners, and start talking to people. Until it happens, I am calling on the international community to keep building up pressure and not recognize the regime. You may ask, how then do you fight if you have no weapons? The fact is that back in 2020, we chose a peaceful path of struggle, and we tried to stick to it. We believe in the power of words, the power of persuasion, the power of diplomacy. Perhaps this path is longer, but we hope it will bring more sustainable changes in the longer run. You don't see protests in the streets, but big changes are already happening in our society. First of all, Belarusians realized that their fate in their hands, and no one would make change for them. Hundreds of NGOs were forced to flee Belarus in 2020 and 2021, but they regrouped and are active again. Many media outlets restored their work. Second, the energy in the society is accumulating, and there is so much energy waiting to be unleashed. In our exile communities, you can see it. There is an explosion in art, creativity, and innovative technology to combat repression. Third, the immunity to tyranny is being developed within the society. Even those who served the system for years realized that this policy leads to a dead end. Belarusians will never accept the dictatorship. And fourth, Belarus' national identity is strengthening. Every day, as more Belarusians learn their language, they discover their true history. More and more Belarusians are making their choice in favor of democracy, human rights, and the return to the European family. Meanwhile, we have to fight the attempt to falsify our history and to use it as an excuse for the crimes of today. This week, we marked the 9th of May. A German newspaper invited me to reflect on the importance of this day. You know, as a child in the early 90s, I was very excited about May 9th. Summer was right around the corner. Holidays seemed unending. First, May 1st, the Labor Day, only to be followed by May 9th, the Victory Day. In school, our local chief ideologue led a class on heroic acts committed by Red Army soldiers. We performed all of the Soviet rituals. We wore red handkerchiefs, laid carnations at the local Soviet Army monument, and watched the veterans' procession. It was a day to commemorate the end of the Great Patriotic War and to honor those who fought and died for our peace. In Belarus, the regime has started abusing this day for political purposes. In Russia, Kremlin's propaganda went further. It made Victory Day the symbol of Russia's imperial might, a day to stoke nationalism, scare neighbors, and show off new shiny tanks. Russia's regime became sacred as the guardian of this victory, and anybody opposing Russia became a Nazi only to be defeated. They believe that they have right to conquer and colonize. It provided the denazification pretext for Putin to launch the unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. You can often hear Belarusians say, anything but not the war. Belarusians know all too well that there is nothing glorious in war. We never had ambitions for imperial glory, but we suffered from those of others. Almost every war in our region saw our land pillaged and people killed. Unless we all embrace the lessons of the history, we'll be doomed to repeat it. We see it right now. So how should we deal with the 9th of May? Instead of Victory Day, I would call it Remembrance Day. This should be a day of honor the victims of wars past and present. It has to have a simple message, never again. We should remember that there are no victors in wars. There is only loss and destruction. That one can't win a war. One can only end it. It should be the day of reflection and not of parades or fireworks. It should be a day of conversation when older generations can pass on the youngest the values that they learned the hard way. Appreciation for peace among them. Instead of parades and pompous celebrations, it should be the day to light a candle for the victims of war and put it in your hand. We are now writing the crucial chapters in the history books for generations to come. The bravery of Ukrainians and Belarusians will serve as an inspiration for our children. And your voice is loud, confident, and strong. I urge you to continue using it on behalf of those who refuse to be silenced in Belarus and those who fight so bravely in Ukraine and who write the new history of our region. Thank you.
Well, I think that was the best introduction to our panel today. This is the House of Freedom. We were first to revolt against the Soviets at this place, exactly at the place you sit. But you know, centuries ago, together with Belarusians and Ukrainians and Saxon dynasties, we were living in our own territories, not occupied by anyone. And this freedom spirit and our common heroes, like Kalinovsky, one of the hero of Belarusian resistance, hanged just 200 meters from here, you know, it reminds us that we are living in the territories that American experts are calling bloodlands of Earth. From Baltic to Black Sea, this is the biggest number of victims who perished fighting for freedom, but those people are the strongest because we fight with occupants, we fight with that evil, and we always win. So I really hope that President Svetlana is winning her fight for freedom in this nation that is the bloodlands of bloodlands, according to Timothy Snyder, the historian from US. I hope that they win that freedom. So, Żyje Belarus. And now it's very natural that I invite to the podium the person who created that freedom for Lithuania. Laima Liucija Andrikienė, she is a chairman of Foreign Affairs Committee, and she was one of those 141 who voted for freedom and who actually started the beginning of the end of the evil empire. Please, Laima.
I will speak in Lithuanian, so I will ask our translators to translate my speech. Gerbėmieji konferencijos dalyviai.
Ladies and gentlemen, participants of the conference, let me share some of my insights on the topic external security in the 21st century. What can and should Europe do? This is actually the title of the discussion, which will follow the introduction of Marko Mikkelson. In the beginning of the 21st century, military textbooks wrote that, given the social, economic, political, and technological development of society, we need to change the concept and tactics of war. The focus then has shifted to hybrid warfare, cyber malware, artificial intelligence, and other concepts that presuppose that conflicts have moved to a high technological level, and we need to focus resources on technological progress in order to prepare for them. Just a few quotes. Today, in order to win the war, you must win the information war first. Another quote. New wars will not be fought on battlefields, but rather on computers and communication systems. One of the books on the new face of war reads, in the 30s, we see a barbaric, unprovoked war in the center of Europe, where primitive soldiers equipped with antique ammunition kill, rape, and loot peaceful people, grandparents, children, women, deliberately bombard and fire civilian objects, and send blood-stained trophies to their families. Déjà vu. Yes, as if that war was taking place 80 or 100 years ago, because this is what some experienced during the first and the second occupation. Or if we look back at Germany in 1944, 1945, what Russians were doing in their land. And today, the Russian Federation showed its aggressive intentions already back in 2008, 2014, when it occupied and annexed the territories of Georgia and Ukraine. It is clear that Europe, in order to ensure its own security, needs to be prepared to face not only the threats we call modern, but also those that many consider to be archaic. But even Lithuania, after 2014, which realistically assessed the threat of Putin's regime, had hoped that the goals of the restoration of Putin's empire would remain only a vision, and that democratic changes in Russia and its ally Belarus were possible. Military action in Ukraine thus expelled illusions about the possibility of normalizing relations with Russia and any doubts about Russia's regime's threat to democratic Europe. According to Levada, Russia's most trusted public opinion polling organization, Putin's rating in Russian society has even increased since the war. According to April 2022 surveys, 82% of the population supported it, whereas in February the support reached just 71%. According to the latest data from the same center, 67% of the Russian population viewed European Union negatively. Given the sentiments of the society powered by propaganda over these years, it is clear that the Russian regime will live longer than Putin and that Europe must make every effort to protect itself from it. Because Putinism in the 21st century is the same as Nazism and Stalinism in the 20th century, two blood-stained ideologies. One of them faced Nuremberg Tribunal, while the other one remained unpunished, because victors are not punished. What is Europe doing in the current situation? First of all, we must continue the measures aimed at weakening the Russian regime, political and economic isolation, and inevitability of responsibility for war crimes. The Russian invasion in Ukraine has been ongoing for a third month now, but Russia has shown no desire to stop its aggression or negotiate in a targeted manner. This means that the current pressure on Russia is insufficient. We need to increase sanctions against Russia, disconnect more banks from SWIFT, apply a full embargo on Russian oil, coal, nuclear fuel and gas imports from the Russian Federation, continue to sanction oligarchs and their family members. We must stop financing the Russian war machine. Belarus, as a Russian accomplice, should face the same. It is also our duty to help bring to justice all those responsible for committing war crimes and crimes against humanity in Ukraine. We need to use the European Union institutions, Eurojust, Europol, the European Public Prosecutor's Office, for more effective investigation of war crimes, collection of data on offenses, perpetrators and victims, and prosecution of war criminals. In addition, an initiative to establish a special tribunal to investigate the crime of aggression in Ukraine is to be considered. Such a tribunal could be set up by an intentional treaty between Ukraine and an international organization, for example, Council of Europe, which, unlike some other international organizations, has excluded Russia from this organization. The Council of Europe, differently from other international organizations, has decided to do this step on the 15th of March this year. Secondly, in order to counter external security threats, we need to strengthen the weaknesses of the European Union, to work or focus on those things. Already, the COVID-19 crisis has shown what European Union countries react chaotically in their first encounter with the crisis and seek to stretch the sheet to their side. In the event of the crisis caused by the pandemic, it was a unilateral action by member states to close internal borders, restrict the export of medical items, and in the case of war against Ukraine, we observed uncoordinated and not always timely military assistance to Ukraine, in some cases used for self-promotion, as well as the division of member states with regard to sanctions against Russia. While in the long run, the community countries are able to mobilize and act in a coordinated manner, the slow decision-making process is not appropriate in the face of authoritarian regimes where decisions are taken by a single leader. Even more important than speeding up the decision-making process is the unity of the European Union in terms of values. The European Union was born as a democratic peace project. The countries of the Union must first of all be united by values, not by economic interests. The first pages of the Lisbon Treaty list the main values of the European Union: human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, the rule of law, respect for human rights. But the European Union does not have an effective mechanism to protect these values. One day we observed the situation of a state belonging to the family of the European Union being subject to the Russian regime, while the other, which defends European and shared human values by shedding blood, receives a skeptical approach towards becoming a member of the EU. We need to find ways to send a clear political signal that countries defending the common values of the European Union are welcomed in the European Union, and that those who violate them will receive a firm response. Even though all the attention is rightly focused on Ukraine, we should also speak about Serbia, the country that has provided its sky to the Russian aircraft. And I believe that the status of Serbia as a member country has to be postponed. One more thing I would like to mention is related to China. Even though all the attention is rightly focused on the war in Ukraine, we cannot be naive because of the threat of the Chinese regime. Even in the face of Russia's atrocities and destruction, China reaffirmed its strong partnership with Russia with the adoption of a joint statement in February this year, in which both sides adopted a common approach to European security and their opposition to NATO enlargement. China's ambassador to Moscow said China would continue to develop its cooperation with Russia in the fields of military technology, energy, and space. These two dictatorships, in support of each other, pose an even greater challenge to the democratic world. The EU needs to closely monitor China's follow-up on EU sanctions and prepare to react if China wants to help Russia circumvent the sanctions. China is concerned by the unity and firmness of the democratic world against Russia's actions in Ukraine. So we can expect that China, through its previous actions using divide and rule tactics and economic aggression, Obor strategy, demonstrating its desire to dominate the world, will continue to push for a wedge between the EU and the US and fuel divisions between EU countries. Any EU member state and its companies can become the target of illegal and politically motivated actions. The EU should not tolerate situations where trade is used as a weapon. The EU must therefore be ready to defend the integrity of its internal market against disruptions. Unjustifiable economic pressure on a single country, like Lithuania, poses a threat to the EU's common market and to the EU as a trading bloc. This is why we need to look for long-term sustainable solutions for the EU's dependence on China and reducing vulnerability through updating and efficient use of EU trade tools and instruments, such as the new instrument to combat economic coercion in pursuit of political objectives, and I have in mind anti-coercion instrument. And to conclude, although Chinese and Russian regimes use different means, they are united by undisguised ambitions to change the world order or dominate the world. And the biggest response is closer cooperation and coordination with international allies for a democratic Europe. And here I mean the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, the Pacific countries, and other democracies of the world. And to finish with, I would like to mention that we are living in the times of tectonic breakthrough that is going to change the face of the world for decades. And our responsibility and our mission is to use this crisis, that this face of Europe and the world in the future is as attractive as possible. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Laima. And now it's my huge pleasure present you my dear friend.
Meine verehrten Freunde, ich nenne ihn den ersten Nummer 1. Jeder kennt Marco, Marco kennt jeden und ich denke,
I think he's a doyen of all the chairmen of Foreign Affairs Committees, serving the 4th time as a chairman, so he knows the history. But just maybe provoking you a bit and trying to involve a bit more, I was seriously thinking, why do you come to Lithuania? You know, I was trying to call Thomas, but I was too busy, and that's my fault. And now I understood why you came to Lithuania, to learn from the successes and failures of German foreign policy. So if you can think successes of German foreign policy, that's Estonia. Why I'm saying it? You know, I said that we started the first. We revolted the first. We were first to revolt against the Soviet Union. Estonians, they were wiser, you know, doing it in different other way, but they were first to be invited for accession talks. In '97, we were so jealous. They were first. You know, it had to be us, of course, but then, so that was a success of your strategic decision, because in '93 in Copenhagen European Council, you did the decision that free trade agreements will be turned into association and it might lead to membership. The decision that Ukrainians doesn't have until now. Because the failure of our decisions, including Bucharest NATO summit, that we created a gray zone in Ukraine, Belarus, Moldova, Caucasus. And that's a different story in the Baltics. You've been very wise and strategic from the very beginning, and you created success. It was your policy. So let's learn from Marco about the successes of German foreign policy. Please, Marco. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, dear Žygimantas, thank you for these provoking introductory words. Dear friends, Thank you very much for Sächsischer Landtag inviting me here to hear this very honorable hall of Lithuanian Parliament, dear Laima. It's very good to be back again in Vilnius. Actually, I'm not going to talk about successes or mistakes of German foreign policy. I think we can understand that we all today facing together extremely difficult challenges, and we have to learn all from our own mistakes and successes, but also our common successes and also from our common mistakes. I would like to start from where Laima actually ended up. I totally agree with you, and I guess we all, end of the day, understand that we are living in the middle of tectonic changes in the world. Not only what's happening in our region, this is just one part of this tectonic change, if we think about Russian aggression against Ukraine, but when I say that we are in the middle of tectonic changes, or maybe, who knows, are we in the middle? Maybe we are only at the beginning of those changes, which last already for several decades. I personally think that one of the most important moments in recent world history was end of 1970s. And that is related, first and foremost, with opening up of China. I argue that what has happened with all of us since then is very much connected with regaining strength and power of China throughout the last 40 years. That has affected many other events, what has happened around the globe, and has very direct connection also to this, what happened with Soviet Union at the end of 80s, early 90s. I'm not going into details, but it is very interesting to actually look into those sort of connections and trends what were launched by this major change in world politics since the end of 70s. And saying this, I would like to say that if we, as Europeans, as Westerners today, look at the world, I could perhaps simplify, but say that China's relative power is on a rise. It's growing, and it's getting more important, more powerful in coming years or even decades. Ours relative power, or West's relative power, is challenged. I'm not going to say that this is going to diminish, but certainly our relative power in the world politics today is smaller because of China. And Russia's relative power is certainly diminishing, but Russia still poses existential threat, first and foremost, to the West and also to a world liberal order, about what Laima talked earlier in his presentation. And the rest of the world, including India, Arab nations, Brazil and some other countries, smaller or bigger, right now watching very carefully how this big confrontation right now, what is happening in front of our eyes, and we are part of it, the confrontation, conflict, war, whatever we call it right now, between autocratic Russia, dictatorship like Russia, and democracies, first like Ukraine, but all of us who are supporting Ukraine. But if we add to that, that we have also major challenges like climate change, energy security issues, food security issues, and emergence of disruptive technologies, then I don't think that we ever had so many challenges at the same time to tackle with for our nations. The reason why we have so many conflicts and so major conflicts today is that exactly the smaller relative power of Western nations, or West in general, or collective West, has given idea for China and Russia to challenge our world order already for years. For China, this is more systemic and more strategic, and they are, I'm not saying the threat for us directly, existential threat perhaps not, but still challenger for our world order for many years to come. As you know, China would like to be a global leader by 2050, and we are working very carefully, keeping themselves out of major conflicts in that direction. Russia is triggered first and foremost by their imperial past and autocratic system, which is today by Putin, we can more or less describe this system in Russia like what world knew in 1930s. Then the Russian leader was Stalin. And this is, of course, extremely dangerous. Then these two components desire to re-establish imperial might or power, including moving by force the borders, and also at the same time autocracy or dictatorship even, who would like to fight back democracies on their borders, like in Belarus or in Ukraine. But saying this, I think we have to understand that the most immediate and most serious threat is coming from Russia. And don't get please wrong that this is temporary. We have seen that Russia has posed serious threat to the West or challenge for last more than 100 years. And today we perhaps live in the most critical times of this threat. What should be done? And I will focus on the latter part of my keynotes on that, what we should do. First, on this global scene. If Western countries would like to preserve the role, I'm not saying of domination of the world order, but at least the power who is power who matters and can defend those principles, rules-based world order, we should do at least three things. We should heavily start to invest into our defense and to our resolve to defend our values, to defend our territories, to defend our principles, international law and rules-based order. And that obviously demands from all of us, from all nations, to look very seriously and collectively as well at the same time what should be done to increase our defense and resolve and to defending our interest in the region and globally. Secondly, we have to work very closely together to build technological firewall. Artificial intelligence, quantum technologies, many other unknown territories which are going to be part of our everyday life in coming years, is primarily important for us right now to set standards. And the best way how can we do this is to work together as Europeans, but also together with our very good allies, very important partners like the United States, Japan, and other countries. And third, major defense wall, what we have to work with, and this is very difficult to understand perhaps for democracies, but this is how do we protect our public life, first and foremost, informational space. And I'm not here talking only about disinformation or propaganda campaigns against our societies, but I'm talking also about how well educated we are. How well do we know about our own history? Also how well we know global history, and how well we can make decisions knowing from that part of the past how to construct our everyday strategies today. Now, then we focus on what's happening in Russian aggression against Ukraine. And it's not only a Russian aggression against Ukraine, as Laima mentioned. This is a major attack against the Western interests and the Western values. We should understand that end of this conflict, end of this war, end of this major confrontation will define our future. And if we would like to live in peaceful and stable Europe, we have to understand that we don't have any other alternative rather than Russia must be defeated in this war. Clear and simple. Defeated. No Minsk-free, no new Normandies, no ceasefires, if they are not humanitarian ceasefires. Russia should defeat it. And Ukraine, first and foremost, tells about that. This is Zelensky who says that they define victory of Ukraine in this war, that all the territories, including Crimea, all the territories occupied or annexed illegally right now are liberated. For that, of course, Western powers like us, we should help Ukraine in their fight for their freedom, which also will have major impact on Belarus. Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya just talked about that. Secondly, we have to anchor Ukraine very strongly with Euro-Atlantic community. Major part of Ukrainian society would like to see their country part of European Union and NATO. And we have to make sure that Ukraine as a European nation has a right not only to apply, but to become a member of the European Union and NATO. And this is why next month is extremely important for European Council to make this crucial decision, to offer Ukraine candidate member status for the European Union. About this conflict and war, I hear here and there that one of the reasons why Russia attacked Ukraine was that NATO enlarged, that NATO is an organization who actually poses a threat to Russia. This is pure example of Russian propaganda and nothing even close to reality. This is not even close to the reality. Best thing what happened with Europe during the last 34 years were both enlargement of NATO and enlargement of European Union. The best example for that is Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and other nations who benefited. The people benefited from this. And this is why we argue today that in these historic days, and our very good neighbors, Finland and Sweden, like yesterday, Finnish president and prime minister made their decision, and I know that Sweden will follow quickly and will start ratification process of their membership in NATO in coming weeks. This is a major shift towards a strategic defeat of Russia. Russia, who said in December that no single meter NATO should be enlarged. And what he got today. Sweden and Finland, specifically Sweden, how difficult it is for them was this decision, but people made this decision. 80% of Finns says that they would like to be in NATO, and around 60% of Swedes do this. Then maybe a couple of last points I would like to make, and they actually resemble this, what already Laima mentioned. We have to keep Russia isolated as long as Putin regime is in power. We are not going to change this regime. This is up to Russian people to make their choices. But I cannot imagine any decent European leader sitting behind a table together with Putin, who is war criminal. I was a couple of days ago in The Hague, meeting with Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan. He is very dedicated to do his professional job and to find out all those atrocities and perpetrators in Ukraine who have committed massive crimes of war crimes in Ukraine. Our parliaments, actually, both Lithuanian parliament, Estonian parliament, Latvian parliament, some other parliaments today, also have recognized Russian action in Ukraine as a genocide against Ukrainian nation. And this is something what we all have to understand, that if we let these crimes go again unpunished, then our continent won't be safe and in peace. Thank you very much.
Okay, now we have a panel for 1 hour, and I'm inviting His Excellency Ambassador Zon to the podium here, as well as Marco and Dr. Liliana Timchenko. Laima, will you stay with us? Making nice pictures. Laima, will you stay with us at the panel? No, you have to leave. Okay, we will do it together. So thank you, Laima, for joining us, but I would still love to invite Marco, Ambassador, and Dr. Lilia Timchenko to go on the podium, and we will continue.
Okay. So how do we sit?
So, we have 55 minutes for our discussion from the panel, but we still reserved 30 minutes for later, questions from the audience. So, Marco already told a lot. I thought I would still torture German ambassador with my nasty questions about German leadership. And ambassador has, he served everywhere. In Balkans during the war. He was part, of the team who made Dayton peace agreement together. He served in Latin America. He served in Washington together with me, but we didn't meet. That was a pity. In 2010, we've been working together in Washington. So now he's here, and we are so happy with Germans in Lithuania. They have the biggest troops. They are leading NATO force, one of the biggest business communities. Trade is growing, so we really like it. Germans, they were our neighbors from 13th century. First Lithuanian book was printed in Königsberg then. We like them, we miss them, but we are so happy that German ambassador is with us. So I want really, ambassador, I like provoking people, but from positive sense of what kind of German leadership do you think is needed in the future of Europe if we want to make this lasting peace reality in our region, if we want to stop this bloodshed that is always going on in our region, if we believe our values and we want to stop those totalitarian crimes happening all over. So I would love Germany to lead it. And I would love Germany to spread their wings in security and defense policy. But do you think that could happen, Ambassador? Please.
Thank you, dear Jigis. It is a great honor to be not just in this room, this historic place. It always gives me goosebumps when I walk into this place because I have in my mind the images from 1990, 91. And particularly to sit up here on this podium, it intimidates me a little bit. I'm also very honored to be here together with you, Mr. Chairman, and with you, Professor, and to be in front of parliamentarians from one of the oldest and most traditional German federal states, Saxony, and I don't even need to refer, I think, to the fact that the kings of Saxony for, I think, 65 years or so were also Grand Dukes of Lithuania. This is, thank God, a long time ago, and I'm referencing it only for the sake of completeness. Let me address perhaps your question of German leadership in a context which does not entirely leave out history, 20th century history, and Germany's role, among other places, in the Baltic region. This is because what I will say will describe the kind of leadership nobody wants from Germany ever again, including us Germans, who never want to offer that kind of leadership again, ever. So you can count on the fact that any German leadership will be A, demand-driven. It will not be pushed, it will have to be pulled. Secondly, it will be a quiet form of leadership which will favor substance over sound effects and colorful show. And thirdly, it will be extremely cooperative and close. That is sort of the framework and is perhaps the presentational, the performative aspect of this. And I think that is very important. On the current form of German leadership, one thing remains: Germans, the majority of our population, of our people, still feel uncomfortable with the idea of German leadership as such. And that, of course, has to do, I'm looping back here to the beginning of what I said, that has to do with history. So let me not talk, let somebody else talk. I'm quoting the Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba, who was in Berlin yesterday. And Kuleba said, perhaps to the surprise of some in Europe and in our transatlantic community, that Germany had now taken over the lead on the support of Ukraine in its existential struggle against Russian military aggression. And I will leave it at that. I believe if Dmytro Kuleba says something like that, it is perhaps something that I should just leave at, and I should save you the long list of things, which of course I do have in my mind, that Germany has been doing and is doing in support of Ukraine's struggle. I think, let me leave it at that for the beginning. I would like to refer later to some of the things that Marco said, and it is, this is it for the beginning. Thank you.
Okay, now let me provoke you more with Marco. Okay, Marco. How would you see German leadership from Baltic perspective? What would we need? I remember it was 97. Was it Foreign Minister Kinkel who said, "I am the advocate of Baltic accession to EU and NATO"? 97. Can Germany say together with France that they are the advocates of Ukrainian candidate status, accession to European Union? Can they also be the leader of democracy? In this room we have Jakob Wallenstein, for example, leading great Konrad Adenauer Stiftung for Belarus, and now actually for Lithuania. You know, German foundations, they were first in the world to work on democracy. Reagan learned from them in '82 when he made a Westminster speech. He built IRI, NDI, and National Endowment for Democracy on your inspired by German foundation. So explain me why then later Germans invested into relations with autocracies, with Russia and China, building interdependencies that now are killing us and dividing. Maybe it's time for German leadership on democracy on a global scale and to kill those interdependencies with totalitarian countries and build the world united on democracy. My last little question and challenge, maybe it's time to build United Nations of democracy, because I miss Germany in Security Council of United Nations. Honestly, it's quite some time that we don't have Germans taking that place they deserve. Instead, we have two totalitarian regimes that block everything that we do for human dignity.
Well, we have Estonia there at the moment.
And
that's good.
Some time ago. So, how should German leadership look in our region, in Europe, and globally? Marco.
Žygimantas, thank you very much indeed. So simple question, and I try. I was in Berlin last time 2 weeks ago, together with my colleagues from Foreign Affairs Committee of Estonian Parliament, and we visited both Bundestag and also the Foreign Ministry and Chancellor Amt, and had a very interesting discussions with journalists and also think tankers. And better for you to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that in Germany is quite a big Zeitenwende in many ways, in terms of thinking how pick up this position desired by many nations, like including Lithuania, also Estonia. Bundestag colleagues asked, what do you expect from Germany? And I answered very simple: leadership. We're really looking forward for the leadership. ambassador actually explained how leadership means in German terms, but sometimes leadership must be a little bit more visible, and sometimes it must be ahead of others rather than to lead from behind. And I understand we are in the middle of sort of semi-academic, semi-political discussion here on a rather sensitive territory. But I would argue, and please correct me again, that the policy, which actually served well for Germany for many years, maybe even some decades, if to think about Ostpolitik starting from Willy Brandt's time, or Wandel durch Handel principle, and the hopes were obviously very logical, taking into account what happened in the past, arguing that never again we are building a world which the first and foremost desire is to sit behind the same table and get all the problems solved through diplomacy, negotiation, understanding each other's worries, and so. I'm not going to argue that this was a wrong course, but unfortunately we have seen that the other part, or like Russia or somehow China as well, but first and foremost Russia didn't accept this kind of world. So now, I heard in Berlin that some people who have built their images about Russia, those images are collapsed. And today is extremely important that we together, and with leadership of Germany, together with other nations, we build this very strong, not only first defense wall, but also make our democracy and democratic Europe, if I may to use these words, great again. That those who really nations who are in Europe, like Ukrainians, like people on Western Balkans or Belarusians, who would like to go through the same success story like Lithuanians have done or Estonians have done. So why we cannot be open for them as Europe was open for us 30 years ago or 20 years ago. So this is critical, and this is something where also we have to understand that we are not going to do something against somebody. I know that this always has been a critical question. If we move towards Ukraine, offering them, memberships, think about what happened in Bucharest 2008, NATO summit, then maybe we somehow provoke Russia in doing something. This war is unprovoked. Nothing provoked less than our fatigue to defend democratic values. And this is something that we look forward for Germany, and we see that there are huge changes going on within Berlin's establishment.
Thank you. That's why we like Marco. Okay, now let's turn to international law. I know, Dr. Liliana Timchenko, that you are good with international law. And again, I mentioned Westminster speech of Reagan. It was written by one interesting American diplomat, Mark Palmer. I remember he came to my embassy in Washington, D.C. and said, that was the last moment I saw him. He passed away. It was his last toast. Žygis, let's drink to the world where autocracies will be banned by international law. I was shocked. I would love that world. But honestly, looking to the situation now, I'm dreaming about that world. And just exactly a week ago in Lithuania, we had a huge international conference of lawyers of all over the world who would like to put Putin and Lukashenko to the Hague? Because this, what happens, is against our humanity, against all, universal values written, by you. We were then occupied after Second World War. So why don't we work out some other international organizations or charters or laws where we could, first of all, jail those war criminals? Because I couldn't call them less, because I was in Bucha already twice. I saw it in Irpin, in Bucha, and all those places. I saw those images just in the movies about the Second World War, honestly. I couldn't believe that it might happen. And I was there with German and French and all other delegations. By the way, if you want to join United for Ukraine parliamentary platform, join us, please. I'm now building the 5th visit to Kiev in June. Just let me know. I will share the contacts. So, Dr. Liliana Timchenko, so what's the future of international law? What's the future of human rights in 21st century? And how can we use international law to protect Ukrainians from those, well, I couldn't even find the words to describe the things that's happening there. Well, in Lithuanian parliament, we call it clearly genocide. Because when Russians in occupied territories, they catch Ukrainian soldier or citizen and ask him to join the occupant army, if he is rejecting it, they're killing him on the spot. If they find anything Ukrainian in his gloves, they're killing him on the spot. They take kids from mothers in thousands and Russify it in Russia. They take millions of Ukrainians and deport them like they deport my own grandfather to Kazakhstan, and every second of Lithuanian know that story. It's nothing different from Russians 80 years ago, honestly. So how can we stop those atrocities with international law?
Thank you very much for this question. Before I'll start answering it, let me thank the Seimas, the government of the Republic of Lithuania, ordinarily citizens of supporting Ukraine and Ukrainians. My very special thanks to Polish people, Germany, to Norway, UK, United States of America, Canada, and definitely European Union as an organization. My heart with democratic Belarus and separate words of gratitude to the European Humanities University and its leaders, staff, students who warm the souls of Ukrainians, students and teachers who have become a second family for me and my children. I'm from Bucha. I escaped from Bucha by miracle. I'm really an international lawyer, and I always believed in international law, and I still believe in international law. And I know that we have enough resources to punish murders. When a maniac brings a knife out the victim's body, he doesn't destroy law and order, but tries to defend his underground. And today, our task is to stop the maniac and to punish him. How? Everything is written. Let me open the Constitution of the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, which states, since wars begin in the minds of men, it is the minds of men that the defenses of peace must be constructed. We were dreaming about this, we are international lawyers and politicians, starting from 1648, Westphalia Peace. We were working on that during the First Hague Convention. We were working and providing for a new peaceful norms during the Second Hague Peaceful Conference, and definitely later, while signing the Pact of Bryan and Kellogg. while drafting and writing Charter of the United Nations. So we have a structure. Yes, murder and maniac should be excluded from the Security Council, United Nations Security Council. And we have good results as politicians, as international lawyers. We have good results. International law is working. Russia suspended from United Nations Human Rights Council. Russia was expelled from the Council of Europe. Right now, United Nations Human Rights Council voted for the investigation of possible war crimes. So now we are following the line. We understand the situation on the level of consciousness and subconsciousness. You cannot just kill a murderer, and this is not the way how you can punish a person. You need to change their mind, the style of brain, the style of thinking of a person. That's how you will make a new way for the future. That's how we, all of us, all humankind, will be protected in the future. You've been asking about human rights in 21st century. Yes, through the culture of peace, through the understanding, through cooperation, and definitely, unfortunately, through the war. Unfortunately, we have to answer. And right now, what we have and will have more, not only political means and solidarity, but heavy weapons, including missiles of different types of and aircrafts, strong economic sanctions against Russian economy, and also citizens, especially against Russian citizens in the EU countries, including pro-Putin's businessmen, propagandists, actors, musicians, scientists, and students. So by economic support also. You mentioned that it was May 6th when we had here in Vilnius a brilliant conference in respect of the special tribunal for the crimes against Ukraine. And let me thank you again, Lithuania and all progressive forces of Europe for this big help, this understanding, because first days we were just struggling for understanding. We, Ukrainians, we just wanted to show you that we are not just humans, that we have our history, we have our culture, we have our desire to live in peaceful worlds. We are not maniacs, we are not strange people, as we were shown, like I've heard a lot of stories from Sorbonne, like Russian propagandists like to express themselves like, oh, what is the nation? Ukraine? It doesn't exist. Like, just Russia exists, nothing more. So we are struggling for our dignity, and we are struggling for our common future, for our existence. That's why thank you very much for reminding this very important thing, existential struggle. We do not have other way. We have just one way to stop the crime, to stop Putin. I'll probably stop on this, just to give a possibility to answer other questions.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Well, I still have some questions that I can put to panelists, honestly, but I know the answers, honestly. So I would better ask you to raise the hand. We still have 1 hour left to end the conference. I think that will be more interesting for us in an interactive way to respond to your questions. First hands there, please.
Thank you. My name is Olga. I'm from EHU. I'm a student. I have a question for Ms. Timchenko. You were talking about human rights violations done by Russia and the possible prosecutions for the war crimes. A big part of Putin's regime and the way it sustains itself is propaganda. Do you think there should be some kind of prosecution to Russian propaganda people, like propagandists, as we call them? And if so, what kind of prosecution should that be? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question. And first, what I wanted to remind about May 4th and about United Nations Human Rights Office of the High Commissioner joint statement on Russian invasion and importance of freedom of expression and information. There, in the document, you can find all these 4 aspects in respect of media, internet, propaganda, disinformation. So it was very important first to recognize existence of that. Because again, I'm from Bucha, but I met a lot of people who still do not understand and even believe. They re-ask me 4 times, are you really from Bucha? Do you really had those atrocities there? And I had to repeat 4 times. So it is recognized, and we'll have more investigations, and we'll have a fair trial. Thank you very much for this question.
Thank you. Now, gentlemen, at the end, please.
Ja, herzlichen Dank. Mein Name ist Alexander Dirks, Mitglied des Sächsischen Landtags.
Thank you very much. My name is Alexander Dirks, member of Saxony State's Parliament. Thank you very much for the impressive keynote speeches and the discussions which I agree and share. One question from Mr. Mikkelsen. You said that Europe needed German leadership, but that we also needed to become stronger as far as defense and security policy is concerned. Given that the European Union does not spend more money on defense than the United States and still has much fewer capabilities. So what do you think about military integration within Europe? Is there a defense case for a joint Europe? Because we all do not know how the situation will develop vis-à-vis the United States. No one knows who will be the next American president. God save Joe Biden and his health, but we all do not know who will be the next American president. And then a question to all of you. I completely agree and share your opinion that Russia can be stopped militarily only, but I do believe that this struggle will be a long one. So the question is, how will the sanctions against Russia go on? I think it's a matter of decades. So I think we need to make sure that Russia will never again find the strength to once again launch a war. And maybe you can give me your view, your assessment. How do you assess that situation?
If I may, to start from the first question and also to give some reflection on your second question as well. It's European nation today. Commonly we go through quite a big change in terms of understanding those real existential challenges we have posed by Putin's Russia. And the change in terms of understanding that we have to invest into defense is present in Germany, in Sweden, in many other countries. Maybe their, let's say, defense expenditures during last decade or so have been not as needed or as a level of 2% of GDP as we, as members of NATO, have agreed upon. In Estonia, currently, our defense budget runs at the level of 2.5% of GDP, and we think that this is sort of new normal, a new floor for our defense capabilities. But at the same time, as we're talking here in Lithuania or Baltic states, we can invest 10% of GDP into our defense, but we understand that we still lack some major capabilities to deter Russia. And this is why it is extremely important, the cooperation between nations today. Then we do, when we invest heavily into defense, And we have to understand that there are sort of collective interests behind of it. And this is where people today argue that do we need to think also somehow to change the European security architecture or do something. I argue that architecture which was built after the Second World War, which has two pillars. One which is European Union, and second which is NATO, working, in my understanding, perfectly well. And the best example of that is that Finland and Sweden will join, and Ukraine will join in coming years to those organizations. And we don't need to listen dictators as Democrats, as free people, who say that they don't like our free world, they don't like our democracies. This is why we have to give up these freedoms and do something, or dismantle NATO or our defense alliance. No, of course not. And the last on that, don't be afraid about America. America is a very good friend and ally of us. And don't be afraid of 2024. America is democracy. There are elections. They elect best possible candidate. And those best possible candidate, I am 100% sure, understands what defends America's interest as well. And the best possible way to defend America's interest also is to have very strong transatlantic alliance through NATO and good cooperation through European Union.
Thank you, Marko. And just one sentence to add, because I represent Lithuanians here. Yes, it's already the same here, 2.5% of our budget, and we are now at the last phase of negotiations with all the parties to raise it to 3%. So we encourage German brothers and sisters to do the same, because we need German soldiers. We have 1,000, Ambassador whispered. We need 3,000, please. Brigade, the more the better. Nothing to do with your history. We like that history. We've been, creating the world together, from Hanseatic League to so on. So we need you more. We have another question here, please.
Thank you. I have a question to Marko Mikkelsen. Mr. Chairman, I completely agree with all your statement, with your remarks, with your points. Actually, you said Russia has to be defeated, right? You said defeat. How can it work? There must be kind of armistice agreement, better peace treaty, but Russia will be still the neighbor of the Baltics, of the Ukraine, as well as Vladimir Putin will be still in office. There might be no regime change, not now or maybe not in the future. How can it go on for a peace treaty or armistice treatment? And the Baltic states are on the front line. You are strengthening the NATO flank, eastern flank. Thank God, Finland, Sweden will join NATO soon in weeks or maybe 6 months. Good for the NATO, good for Europe, good for the Baltics. But I kindly want to know how can Russia be defeated? I think the biggest country on Earth, on globe, one of the strongest military, maybe only in nukes, over 6,000 nukes. But isn't it better to make a realistic agreement? Maybe the contact line before the 24th of February, Donbass, difficult, Crimea, difficult as well, but what would be the exit of this war? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. Honestly, that's my favorite question. So let us start with German ambassador, how to defeat Russia.
Thank you, Zhigis, for asking me the simple question. I need to start with one preliminary remark. I'm the German ambassador to Lithuania. My mandate is not, I repeat, not to speak about Germany's Russia policy in the larger sense. It is my mandate to speak about German policy, including its Russian aspect, as regards the security of Lithuania and the Baltics. On that one, I do have a few things to say. The first thing is an observation which holds true, I believe, here in the Baltic states, including Lithuania, but also even in Washington, and certainly, as far as I can tell from reading the media, in Berlin. The question you asked, put slightly differently, it would be shorter. Do we have war aims? What are they? This question is not or not yet being thought about very much. It is, however, as you point out with your question, a very, very important issue that we will not forever be able to avoid. I believe for us the most important response to this question for the moment is nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. We cannot agree to anything that Ukraine cannot also agree to. And with this sentence, I'm paraphrasing my federal chancellor, Olaf Scholz, so I can be pretty confident in saying it without risking going beyond my mandate. This is an existential struggle that Ukraine is fighting. It concerns us very deeply, our security interests. In that sense, it is existential for us too. But the most important thing is that we cannot and will not in any way deal with the aggressor over the head of Ukraine. That is something I need to underline very strongly, and I'm confident about it because my head of government has said it several times in various formulas. The second thing is already an answer which has already been a little bit in the room. Germany has been here and leading NATO's military presence in Lithuania now for a little more than 5 years. The 5-year anniversary was in February this year. And what's the idea behind it? One could easily think, well, Germany is here because, you know, our troops have nothing else to do back home, or because Lithuanians are such nice people and they have, you know, a friendly smile and blue eyes. All sorts of stuff. Nonsense. We are here because for Germany, the security within the territory of our alliance, of our defensive alliance, is indivisible. Either we all have security or none of us. You can turn this whole argument around and say, what are our soldiers defending here? They're defending us, Germany. And it is more effective, it works better to do that here than thinking about it when any aggressor is approaching Dresden. And I believe that is worthwhile, you know, sort of, it's not new, but it's worthwhile remembering. I think that should be it for the moment, you know, to put the question of what is the possible desired outcome of this military conflict, which we didn't want, Ukraine didn't want it, it was forced upon us, most of all Ukraine. What do we need out of this? That is a debate which hardly has begun, really. And the second thing is Germany's army is here because it makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you for a very clear and honest and good answer. That's why we like ambassador in Lithuania. Liliana, would you like to add, you know, just how to defeat Putin? It's easy. Yeah.
Unfortunately, thank you for readdressing the question to myself. Unfortunately, this is not only a Putin, this is whole society, or maybe, okay, like a lot of artists moved right now to Israel and wrote a lot of funny and not very funny stories in respect of this question. As soon as you're not supporting Russian regime, you can live there and you are not a person, etc., etc., etc. So this is not a question how to defeat Putin. This is a question how to defeat Russia right now. And it will take actually at least from 3 to 6 months to stop the war, to active war actions. But after that, what will start? After that, we need to work on using peaceful and diplomatic methods. But unfortunately, I'm thinking about generations of Russians, so it will take at least 30 years to change something in the brain, to make a brain peaceful, to take, psychologists say that you cannot do anything with zombie people. Sorry for that, this is psychology, this is not law. So if we cannot do anything with zombie people, we can just wait if they will disappear somehow. I mean, we will not kill all of them because they are not struggling against us. If we are not talking about troops, Russian troops, Russian soldiers, I'm talking about civilian population of Russia. So should we just wait if they will change, if they will physically disappear?
No, we don't want to wait, Marco. So what shall we do?
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. And I have some ideas. And actually, it's not that difficult. And it's very good that you're asking this question because, you know, our problem partly has been that we have been so reactive, not proactive. As Europeans dealing with Russia. So, number one, Ukraine must win this war. This is ultimate. Without that, won't be any defeat. It's understandable. So we have to help Ukraine as we do, with weaponry, with financial support, because this is critical at the moment, humanitarian support, and also, as I argued already earlier, anchoring Ukraine as a free nation to the organizations of a free world, as the European Union and NATO. Secondly, NATO must invest seriously into deterrence measures on its eastern flank. And we really hope that during Madrid summit, end of June, we will change the strategy of deterrence by defense to the strategy deterrence by denial. We have seen what has happened if Russians occupy even small territory like Bucha or Borodyanka or so next to Kiev. We don't want to have these disasters on our territories. So we have to make sure that they don't even think about that they can cause similar atrocities on NATO territory. So that is important. And actually, I recall and I ask also to see the German leadership during Madrid summit, because 25 years ago, I was a journalist. I worked at that time as a Moscow correspondent, but also I covered security issue policy matters for our major news daily, and I covered also Madrid summit in 1997. At that time, the role of Mr. Kohl was extremely important to get very specific few words into final declaration, which actually opened the doors for Baltic nations to become NATO members in 2004. So third, isolate Russia, the economic sanctions, serious ones, oil embargo, gas embargo, lessen our dependency from them. And yes, it could last longer than we anticipate at the moment. But what alternative we have? This is a better way to really stop financing their war machine today and in the future. Support civil society of Russia as much as we can. Yes, they are very much under pressure of this Putinist regime right now. Our good friend Vladimir Kara-Murza is right now waiting his trial to be punished for speaking truth about the war in Ukraine. He might be jailed for 10 years, and he is only one of the examples of this brutality of that regime. And I totally agree with you. One is these steps, and perhaps some other steps, should make us, to lead us to a point that Russia won't threaten us as free nations in foreseeable future with nuclear weapons or nuclear war or aggression. This must be our ultimate goal. But also, we have to understand that this is not only Putin who carries out these kind of atrocities and wars. It's a majority of Russian population, unfortunately, is very much brainwashed and doesn't understand in which world they live in. And that really takes perhaps generations, and we have to have passion. We have to be patient.
If I could just add a few words, because you mentioned Vladimir Kara-Murza. He was in Vilnius before his departure to Moscow. We had a dinner with him. I was asking him not to go to Moscow, but he said, I am a Russian politician. I have to fight in Moscow. So now he's in jail, and he created anti-war commission. He's tried to stop the war. But so Vladimir Kara-Murza would co-sign to everything that Marko just said, because he said more or less exactly the same. He also just added something that might kind of link to you. He said, imagine democratic Germany after Second World War to be ruled by Nazi Gauleiters. This is what is happening in Russia. You have the same KGB killing machine, killing people in this territory for 100 years. 1/3 of Lithuanians, 2/3 of Belarusians, and they just do it. There is no difference. And we invested money, we opened the markets, we empowered the machine, and now we are kind of surprised that it's killing again. So de-Putinize it and demilitarize it. And here I come to my region, start with Kaliningrad region, and then continue to Belarus, because Belarus is occupied by Russian troops. And then you will not have a little problem with Suwalki Gap, because we know who is the threat, the Russian army, on both sides. So just a little Lithuanian addition. You raised it second question already, but let's maybe ask the guest from Saxony, please, and then you, okay? Please.
Vielen Dank. Ulrich Luppert, Sächsischer Landtag.
Thank you very much. My name is Ulrich Luppert. I'm a member of Saxony State Parliament. I have two short questions. First of all, what do you think about the slogan, create peace without weapons? And secondly, when looking at the rearmament by increasing defense spending, how do you assess the threat of a third world war?
Okay, if I understood it well, peace without weapons. I think this is impossible, but who wants to answer that?
Ambassador.
Ambassador, peace without weapons. No way in our region, but maybe Ambassador knows it better.
Well, of course, peace without weapons would be highly preferable to any other form of peace. However, in a world where there is an aggressor, an armed aggressor, willing to deploy and employ his armed might against whoever may stand in their way, it is, in my view, and not just my personal view, it is morally indefensible to claim to, what was it, Frieden schaffen ohne Waffen. It is morally deficient to say this in the face of an armed aggression. And if I may add one more sentence to that, if you would permit me. In view of Germany's history in the 20th century, this would seem particularly misplaced out of a German mouth. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. You wanted to add?
Yeah, very shortly on that. I guess this is natural to, of course, to invest into education, into healthcare, and keep up our elderly people and so. And this is what normal democratic society is built on. But we have to also understand that the world is not entirely like us, and won't be never. So we have to understand that we have to be ready every certain time to defend our democracy and our people. This is core task of any nation, and this is why you have to, probably remember again what Theodore Roosevelt once said, that if you do your diplomacy, speak softly, but carry a long stick with you. But yes, we have to understand that diplomacy works well then those with whom you talk understands that you can enforce what you want to achieve.
Thank you so much. We have a young hand there, and we have a deputy here. Please, first.
Dankeschön. Ich heiße Alex. Vielen Dank für Ihre interessante
My name is Alex. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. Thank you very much for inviting students as well. And first of all, I'd like to apologize for my German. Many important things were already addressed, but this is only words. I have a direct question. What concrete steps will be taken if the sanctions introduced do not yield positive results? The war is still ongoing. Every day people are dying, and Lukashenko, who takes part in this war, is still not in jail. Do you believe that the European Union has enough instruments left in order to unseat Lukashenko? I believe you are the last hope for the people in Ukraine and Belarus, and also for Russians who want to have a democracy.
I will answer this way, that yes, we all would like to see things changing fast, and especially to defend those who right now are under imminent threat of being killed, tortured, raped, kidnapped, deported. Think about what's going on right now still in Azovstal, in Mariupol. We cannot imagine 70+ days. Brave defenders, heroes of Ukraine, defending that city. I visited Mariupol last time in August last year. I just, of course, I cannot recognize this place anymore if we could go there right now. But we decided with Ukrainians that we will drink champagne one day in Mariupol, on Mariupol's beach, and that won't be in distant future. We have to help Ukrainians in their fight for freedom, and that will help also to bring to the justice those who committed crimes, and also this is about Lukashenko and Lukashenko's future. Thank you.
Please, absolutely.
If I may, thank you very much. Just one remark in respect of assistance. Maybe you do not feel it right now as a citizen of Belarus, but one of my students in the class told me, said one thing. In Minsk, I couldn't even freely think. Here in Europe, in Lithuania, you can speak freely. And it makes you a human being. This is very important. You have a choice. You will live, you will survive, you will be happy, and all human beings, human mankind also will continue existence if we're talking about existential things. And I would be very happy, actually, returning to the previous question about the peace without weapons, if we could use philosophy of Aikido, when you use a force, not touching a person, but against that enemy. But unfortunately, in our world, we cannot use Aikido. We should be strong. We need to use hard weapons, and that's how to stop the murder. And definitely the other thing, very important, but please never forget it, just to be a person, to have a possibility to think. That's how you will be a human being. Thank you very much.
And maybe also adding from my side about this peace without weapons. You know, I was 20 years old. I was standing in front of TV tower, and I saw my friends killed by tanks and special forces. I then came to this parliament. I was standing outside. I saw those Russian tanks approaching. I was ready to die. And the only dream I had, enter the European Union and NATO, because I thought I will never have tanks like this. I will never kill people. But I want to join the family that would protect me. And I sacrificed half of my life to do it. And honestly, when I was ambassador in Washington, I was always saying I would love to sacrifice the rest of my life for Ukrainians and Georgians to join EU and NATO. Because, you know, you can save lives of millions of people with family your grandfathers created. It matters. You save the whole world by saving one person. What to say about 40 million nation that is now 30 only because, you know, they are at war. And honestly, even for those Russia verstehers, if they really want to save Russia, they have to win that war in Ukraine and finally defeat that killers regime in Russia and let Russians free. I'm citing again Vladimir Karamurza in another room 1 month ago. He said, Zhigis, remember, Putin first occupied us. And only when killing the last remnants of democracy, killing last TV stations and so on, he started to occupy Georgia, Ukraine, and he's looking to you. So save democracy. And if you don't think that I'm right, look to even Hungary. I'm a politician, I'm not a diplomat anymore. You think internal politics and foreign policy is not connected, look to Hungary. If you do not fight for democracy inside your country, if you do not fight against those Russian agents, you will be taken by totalitarian countries and you will be just, doing what they ask. losing your sovereignty and foreign policy and your country finally. Sorry for little emotional Lithuanian touch. Please.
My name is Magda Vašareva. I'm coming from Slovakia, and I served for 18 years as a Czechoslovak and then Slovak ambassador. So I am really vaccinated against the old dreams. Although I know that it's very important to have dreams, but please don't be naive. So this is connected with my questions, and you've mentioned before, we have Russians here, and this is Kaliningrad. And this is my questions here in Lithuania of how we are having plans, how we will handle with ehemalige Königsberg. What will be done? Because they are arms for us. And I was 20 years old when Warsaw Pact armies invaded Czechoslovakia, and it costed me another 20 years being without any connections with the world. Yes, so we are really not naive. And that's my second question. You've mentioned it also. We have 700 kilometers common borders with Hungary. In Slovakia, there is a huge Hungarian minority. How we are able to handle among us, because we desperately needed to be united now in NATO and in EU. How we will handle with my former friend, Victor? This is my question.
Well, I would maybe start from the second question, and again coming back to your great party foundations who built democracy and who built democracy 30 years ago. Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, your Liberal Foundation, your Social Democrat Foundation moved to Lithuania from the very beginning, and they started to build us. I still remember, I was educated and created by Junge Union, starting from '92 in Berlin. You know, I'm a good product? I think yes. Thank you for this. So, but those foundations should continue working, and I can say that only Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, the only foundation, remains in Lithuania and works with us. Americans left. Well, Americans, they work with Belarus, with Ukraine. We don't have IRI for Lithuania. We don't have NDI for Lithuania. You know, do we have foundations that work with our democracy from inside? Do we fight for democracy? And I remember Hillary Clinton, she visited those barricades of our parliament in 2011. And she said, oh, it's nice, Lithuania, of course, you remember those fights. It happened, 2-3 days in the year. You know, in America, we fight for freedom every day. And you Europeans sometimes forget that freedom is not for granted. You have to fight for it, answering to a friend who left the room. In America, this freedom lady on the Capitol, and Ambassador knows it well, she's with a helmet, with a sword. She is heavily armed, because Americans know you have to protect your freedom. And if you read Freedom House reports for the last 16 years, we are losing the war. Autocracies are marching and killing us and dividing, and we are stupid enough to do nothing about that. We do not defend our values, we do not have visions how to do it, we just react, and we lose, and we lose, and we lose. So I think Ukrainians will be, and Kiev will be the victory city. And even the meeting in, what's the base? What's the band, the best band they love? Rammstein. The meeting in Rammstein, for me, this is the future. This is the type of organizations we have to create, where Ukrainian defense minister and German defense minister and Estonian defense minister, country that spends per capita the most for Ukrainian defense, well, we are always competing with the Estonians in this regard. This is the future of the world that needs to be defended. And on Kaliningrad and on Russians, I would say like this is very personal. It's not about Russians, I would say, and I will maybe make a nasty historical remark, borders where the fight is going on right now, Donetsk, they were old borders of our empire. We were doing Europe together here from 13th century. Our empire was called, European Union of the Middle Ages. And that is a border of Europe. Because together, Lithuanians, Belarusians, Jews, Ukrainians, Saxon dynasties, we were creating it according to our values. That's the border of education, of 18th century, if you want. So, and those, sorry, well, I'm not going to genetics, but we know who is Zelensky. We know, a lot of Russians who fight against other Russians because this is about values. We protect values. And don't forget that Kaliningrad is the first Donetsk. We remember what happened with those German kids. Wolfskinder, we accepted them to our families. We know what happened. Nobody knows it in the West. You are now just discovering the truth. But first Donetsk was in Kaliningrad region. They created the zombies in Kaliningrad region first. And we have to get rid of those zombies, including from Kaliningrad region. We have to demilitarize it. Because when we started the whole process, when Yeltsin, under Yeltsin era, if you would make opinion poll in Kaliningrad, they would love to be a fourth republic, they would love to open the borders. We were trying to create Kaliningrad as a Hong Kong of the region. They were opening borders. Putin came and he closed it. He built the biggest military base with special forces there to attack us in 24 hours. Sorry, that was too long. I dominated too much. Sorry, Marco. Okay, no more questions. So I think it's time to conclude. Maybe you want to make some concluding remarks from your side. I will maybe make the last one, and I will invite to the podium Professor Dr. Ludger Kühnhardt, my good friend, that saves EHU from German side, to make the real conclusion. But I will just end like this. Friends, if we defeat Putin's regime, and I think we will, and it will be much sooner than you expect, we will create the fourth wave of democratization, and we will create Europe whole and free in a very big territories of Europe. And finally, the dream of our grandfathers and fathers will be realized. I witnessed the collapse of the Soviet Union. I think I will be the witness of the collapse of the Putin's regime. Thank you for great discussion, and now I invite Professor Ludger Kühnhardt to make more moderate conclusions.
Dear friends, thank you so much for giving me the floor. At the end, I took some notes in German, but for the purpose of being short and in fact, in light of the fact that we all speak English here already anyway, I stick to English in order to say thank you. I'm a member of the board of the Forum Central Europe, and the president of the Landtag of Saxony, Matthias Rösler, has asked me to pass his expression of gratitude and the thanks of all of us who have come here together under the leadership of Marco Schiemann to say thank you to all those who made this conference possible, who opened the doors of this prestigious building, and to engage with us in such a fascinating discussion. I think we have lived through impressive hours this morning, and I will refrain from adding to the fascinating discussion this afternoon, although as an academic I'm almost inclined to add a few remarks. For instance, that war aims, what does it mean? The strategy must be to break the will of those who resort to violence. That is the war aim. What does it mean to think about a common Europe? We also need to refrain from new frustrations. For instance, when we discuss membership of Ukraine, early membership. The EU is successful only because of the power of regulatory politics. This is something that is not going to happen overnight. So I think French President Macron was right in kick-starting a discussion about kind of developing a new format, maybe a new Council of Europe, a new Security Council, a new geopolitical arm of the European Union to accommodate the countries of the so-called Eastern neighborhood. And I will also refrain from discussing the moral issue, but I think, and I say this also in the direction of the students with us, there is a clear distinction we all have to make between our personal individual choices for maybe peace without weapons and the collective responsibility our societies have to defend themselves in the light of a military aggression aimed at our freedom, aimed at the life of innocent people. So we have come here and have experienced fascinating hours. Last night we were guests at the European Humanities University, and I want to thank Rector Ignatev Sergei and the founding father Anatoly Mikhailov for their hospitality last night to bring us together with this institution that symbolizes the spirit of freedom and the efforts to also pass the torch of freedom to Belarus. Dear Anatoly, when we met first in '93 or so in Minsk, we could have never thought that we may end up one day here kind of in exile in Vilnius. But I think your important and impressive work of life, the creation of this university, which is now led by Sergei Ignatov, is a symbol of the love for freedom, and it will continue thriving. And all the students who are with us today, you are symbolizing the radiance of this wonderful idea which lives as long as the torch of freedom will be alive in this part of Europe. And we thank you for having opened the doors of your university yesterday to us. I had been here for the first time in, I think, March '92. I remember the blockades outside of this building and all the sandbags in front of every door here, in the windows of the office of President Landsbergis and others. And in spite of this kind of frustrating appearance, I was immediately fascinated by the spirit of freedom and of resolve that is radiates from this building, from this historic room. The spirit of freedom at that time was struggling to define the first Lithuanian constitution. I remember very well, 11 political groups were sitting here, all representing the diversity, the pluralism, also the pain in the neck it sometimes takes to accommodate all these different views, but it was a fascinating experience for me. And I think today we are all united in the spirit of a phrase which our kind of the godfather of this event today, President Matthias Rösler, has mentioned when he initiated this Forum Mitteleuropa. He said that all of us in Europe, in the United Europe, the NATO Europe, we have a chance now, and I quote him, to, in the heart of Europe, to be in the position for the first time in generations to shape and concentrate our mind and to shape a common future, not only to react it, but to shape it on the basis of our values. This is what he said when he started this Forum Central Europe, and in the founding declaration, the Dresdener Erklärung, the Forum speaks about the spirit of freedom. Today we know, and we have learned so much about it again today, that the spirit of freedom remains incomplete if it does not only include the spirit of resistance, of resilience, of sovereignty, and of fighting for this freedom, of defending it in the wake of an aggressor. And our conference has helped us to reflect about so many different and impressive aspects on this big theme which shapes and defines the future of Europe. And I think we are all very grateful for this opportunity, because we take all these inspirations with us into the days and weeks and months ahead. And I think on behalf of all of us, I want to thank the organizers, also the authorities of the Seimas, who have allowed us to meet in this room. Last night, when we met at the European Humanities University, I mentioned in passing already one of the founding members of this forum, Central Europe, who passed away only a few weeks ago, Erhard Buzek, a very distinguished Austrian statesman and intellectual, who always was also a friend of the European Humanities University right from the very early days. He believed, he knew about the strategic importance, and he knew about the spirit the EHU is representing. Erhard Buzek, interesting enough, he gave the very first speech as the first Forum Central Europe, which I kind of was digging out before coming here. And Buzek said that this idea of Central Europe should look to the Baltic region to find inspiration for what should and could also be the right and good perspective for Central Europe. He reminded us at that time in 2011 that the strength is based in the fact that we are all different. And this is what he said at the time, we could also learn from the revival of the Baltic region, namely that we need to accept each other because in the difference of the others we find parts of ourselves. And I think we honor Erhard Buzek, we honor the revival and the renaissance of the Baltic democratic societies, and we also conclude this meeting with a definition of the perspective of the Forum Central Europe at the Saxonian Diet by recalling this spirit. Because in this spirit of diversity, although sometimes it is pretty difficult, lies the roots of the strength of Europe. In this spirit of diversity lies allying the roots against all forms of oppression, dictatorial politics, or the use of violence in international affairs. And finally, I want to thank also again in the name of all of us, and surely in the name of Marco Schimann, the President and the Vice President of the Seimas, who has led us into this room here today. We are meeting here in 2022, 100 years after the first Seimas, directly elected Seimas of an independent Lithuania met here 100 years ago. And I'm sure that we can conclude by saying that the future of a free and strong and proud Lithuania is assured for the next 100 years, for sure, and for 100 years to come, on the basis of what Europe and the Atlantic civilization have achieved so far, and for what we are standing for, and for what we are looked at from our eastern neighbors, not only as a beacon of hope, but also with the request and the requirement to support them in their struggle for a free and proud and safe future. So thank you again on behalf of all of us for this wonderful experience here in Vilnius in this historic Seimas building.